Chapter 309. Half-step to martial Honorable Yi Fei, who was immersed in his cultivation, did not know that his group of friends had been scared away by Sword Peak's abnormal cultivation method. In fact, after being tortured for so long, Yi Fei also wanted to run away. However, he was still unwilling to accept this. Why was he able to defeat Nan Ruofeng's clone, who was a half-step to martial honorable, but he could not defeat Sword Maniac Elder, who had suppressed his cultivation to a half-step to martial honorable? There must be something behind this that he could not figure out. As long as he could not figure this out, he would not leave. Even if Sword Maniac Elder defeated him time and time again, he would stand up again and again. The indestructible sword soul in his body continued to release black energy, instantly healing Yi Fei's injuries. Yi Fei fell to the ground again and again, but he quickly got up from the ground again and again. Again, bang, again, pa, damn it, I don't believe that I can't even withstand a single strike from Sword Maniac Elder. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, Sword Maniac Elder slapped Yi Fei from the top of the mountain to the bottom with his stone sword. He scolded angrily. Yi Fei, you're too weak, too stupid. You can't even withstand my most basic strike. How can you fight against Nan Ruofeng? I'll give you one more day. If you can't do it, get out of the mountain. Sword Maniac Elder turned around and left. This was the first time Jing Wushou had seen his master so angry. He could not help but think of the miserable years when he had just joined Sword Peak. Junior brother, you're on your own now. Although Master is a little strict, he is actually very simple and honest. He's just not good at expressing himself. Jing Wushou explained with a smile. He did not want to scare Yi Fei away. Yi Fei wanted to vomit blood. Was Sword Maniac Elder simple and honest? He was simply a demon. And that sword technique, why did it give him a familiar feeling? Yi Fei found it strange, but then he felt an intense pain in his body. At that moment, Yi Fei realized that in this battle, he had actually been beaten up by Sword Maniac Elder for 10 days and 10 nights. More importantly, in such a long period of time, he had unleashed more than 10,000 strikes, but he could not even block Sword Maniac Elder's most basic stone sword. As expected, I am very weak, but I will not admit defeat. Sword Maniac Elder is right. Sword Maniac Elder is right. If I cannot even block his most basic stone sword technique, 1 year, what qualifications do I have to fight against Nan Ruofeng? Yi Fei thought about Nan Ruofeng's evaluation of him, of all the experts in the Mountain River list. That's right, in the eyes of the experts in the Martial King realm, the current me is just a laughable ant. But even the weakest ant has the possibility of becoming strong. I will never admit defeat. If his talent was not enough, then he would put in 10 times the effort. If 10 times was not enough, then he would put in 100 times, 1,000 times. Faintly, Yi Fei understood why Sword Maniac Elder wanted to train him so cruelly. Senior brother Jing, I have something to ask of you. Yi Fei looked at Jing Wushou. Jing Wushou nodded his head. What is it? I want senior brother to exchange all of my contribution points for heaven grade pills. Yi Fei clenched his teeth. He did not want to be beaten up again. He wanted to see through Sword Maniac Elder's stone sword secret. Therefore, he had to use the undying sword soul to increase his comprehension ability. All right. Jing Wushou nodded his head happily. He took the order badge that Yi Fei handed to him and turned to leave. A day later, Jing Wushou returned. He brought a total of 200 heaven-grade pills to Yi Fei, which surprised Yi Fei. To exchange for heaven-grade pills, the amount of contribution points required was astonishing. Even if he had more than 100,000 contribution points, Yi Fei thought that he could only exchange for 100 pills, and that was the limit. But now there was an extra 100 pills. What was going on? Could it be that senior brother Jing had exchanged the contribution points that belonged to him? Senior brother Jing, I cannot take all of these. Yi Fei panicked. 100 heaven-grade pills were equivalent to more than 100,000 contribution points. Although he was touched, he could not take them for free. Stop bullshitting. If you are unable to take Master's sword later, you will roll down the mountain. Remember, do not disappoint Master's expectations, and do not ruin Sword Peak's reputation. Jing Wushou laughed and turned to leave. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with spending more than 100,000 contribution points. This was Jing Wushou. This was Sword Peak. This was how a senior brother should be. Yifei did not say anything, but he suddenly felt like crying. But the world of martial arts did not believe in tears. Power. Only power can give me everything. Only power can give me the chance to repay Elder Sword Maniac and Jing Wushou's kindness. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Yifei's expression became resolute once more. Then he swallowed all the heaven-grade pills one by one. Wong. The undying sword spirit cheered, as if it was very satisfied with the quality of these pills. At the same time, a large amount of black energy was released, instantly healing Yifei's injuries. At the same time, Yifei's comprehension improved tremendously. Why can't I block the old Master Jian's seemingly ordinary sword? Why do I feel that the old Master Jian's sword moves are very familiar? What is the relationship between these two? Yifei asked in his heart, not only to himself but also to the sword spirit. Heart illumination. Yifei was deep in thought. This time, he was not simply communicating with the sword spirit using his mind. More importantly, he was transmitting his feelings to the undying sword spirit. At the same time, he also hoped that the undying sword spirit could transmit its feelings to him. This was the first time Yifei had truly communicated with the undying sword spirit's feelings. He had thought that it would be very difficult. In fact, the result was much easier than he had expected. Sensing Yifei's feelings, the undying sword spirit responded very happily. Boom! An ancient sword shadow suddenly appeared in Yifei's mind. Then, it turned into a smooth stone sword. This stone sword flashed continuously, displaying one mysterious sword move after another. That's the old Master Jian's sword move. That's not right. It's the sword move of the heaven-bearing sword. It's just that this sword move is simpler and has more variations. After carefully observing the sword shadows, Yifei finally understood why all his attacks were ineffective against the Sword Maniac Elder. So, the move that the old Master Jian used was a modified version of the heaven-bearing sword. It was also the strongest sword move of the First Holy Lord. However, this sword move does not suppress the heavens and the earth. It suppresses the opponent's true yuan and martial arts. No wonder all my martial arts, no matter how strong my sword intent, were ineffective against the old Master Jian. From the very beginning, I had made a big mistake. Boom! A flash of understanding appeared in Yifei's mind. A strong sword light appeared on his body. The true yuan in his body suddenly flowed like water and gathered in his dantian, forming a true yuan cyclone. On the martial path, there was a strange phenomenon. Gathering qi to form a cyclone. Half-step martial honorable. Cyclone to form a C. Martial honorable. Yifei would never have imagined that after being beaten by the Sword Maniac Elder for 10 days and 10 nights, he would actually become a half-step martial honorable. Chapter 310. A shocking change in the Imperial City this time. Before the Sword Maniac Elder could draw his sword, Yifei had already made a move. He waved his hand, and a rotten iron sword appeared in his hand. He waved the rusted sword. There was no shocking sword light or majestic vital essence. It was just an ordinary sword move, but it was extremely fast and suppressed. This is... The Sword Maniac Elder was shocked and quickly raised his stone sword. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt his body stiffen. An invisible aura from the rusted sword had temporarily suppressed him, although it did not last for more than a breath. However, for an expert, this short period of time was enough to determine the winner. Clang! The rusted sword easily pierced through the stone sword and cut a hole in the Sword Maniac Elder's sleeve. How is this possible? I must have seen a ghost. Jing Wushou's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Was he seeing things? A day ago, Yifei had been beaten up for 10 days and 10 nights. A day later, not only had Yifei broken through to half-step martial venerable, but he had also cut the Sword Maniac Elder's sleeve with one sword move. However, the Sword Maniac Elder did not care. For the first time, A gentle smile appeared on his serious face. Yi Fei, do you understand now? Thank you, old Master Jian. I understand where my weakness is. The heart of the sword follows the heart of the person. The strength of the sword moves is secondary. The person who uses the sword is the most important. In the past, I always followed the moves and practiced methodically, but that was just repeating the path of the predecessors. A true expert must walk his own path, Yi Fei said in a deep voice. Then, he respectfully knelt down and bowed to the sword maniac elder. He and the old Master Jian were not master and disciple, but they were more like master and disciple. He was a respectable elder. Seeing that Yi Fei only bowed and did not acknowledge him as his master, the sword maniac elder seemed to understand something. He smiled and nodded. Get up. This old man can only teach you these superficial principles. No, old Master Jian, what are you talking about? I still have a lot of things to ask the old Master Jian. Why don't we have another round? Yi Fei stood up excitedly. 10 years of hard work could not compare to a master teacher. This was the logic behind it. Yi Fei had only fought with the old Master Jian for 10 days, and he had broken through to half-step martial honorable. If he continued fighting, there was a possibility that he would break through to martial honorable. Yi Fei felt that he was indeed too greedy. Hearing this, Sword Maniac Elder's face twitched involuntarily as he waved his hand. There's no rush. You've just reached the half-martial highness realm. You need to consolidate your cultivation. How about this? I'll give you 10 days to consolidate your cultivation at the Sword Peak. Is that so? All right then. Yi Fei felt a little regretful, but what Sword Maniac Elder said made sense. After being tortured for 10 days, even if his body could withstand it, his mind was exhausted. Yi Fei could only bow to Sword Maniac Elder and then walk down the Sword Peak with Jing Wushou, chatting and laughing. Sword Maniac Elder also smiled as he watched Yi Fei leave. When there were no more outsiders, the sage-like Sword Maniac hurriedly wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. This kid's comprehension is terrifying. I originally thought that I would have to fight him for a month before he would be enlightened. Who would have thought that he would be enlightened in 10 days? This is troublesome. In 10 days, he will challenge me again. If he is only a half-step martial honorable, I might lose. It seems inappropriate to fight him as a martial honorable. Sword Maniac Elder was in a dilemma on the Sword Peak. After returning to the Sword Peak to rest, Jing Wushou finally had time to tell Yi Fei where the 10th prince and the others had gone. When Yi Fei heard that everyone had gone their separate ways to improve their strength, he was happy but also a little regretful. Forget about the 10th prince and the others. I know Luo Shi well. If he wants to leave, he will definitely tell me first. Why did he only ask Senior Jing to pass on a message? Yi Fei had a feeling that Luo Shi's departure was unusual. At the same time, Zhao City, Imperial City. Grandfather, do you really want to go with me to the Imperial City to see my father? Zhao Yu stood outside the Imperial City and looked hesitantly at the old mansion master who had come with her. After all, the relationship between Tianyan Wufu and the Imperial family was very tense. Who knew what kind of conflict would occur if the old mansion master went in? The old mansion master looked very serious and looked at the Imperial City with a complicated gaze. There's no harm in being careful. This time, the Emperor suddenly fell seriously ill, and I have a feeling that something is wrong. With a martial honorable like me with you, I can protect you. Of course, this was the old mansion master's excuse. Although eunuch Zhang had been killed, the culprit behind the old mansion master's daughter's death, the Empress Dowager, was still alive. On this trip to the Imperial City, on one hand, the old mansion master wanted to protect Zhao Yu. On the other hand, he wanted to test the Empress Dowager's strength. Zhao Yu understood this point, but she could not stop him. She could only sigh and step forward. Together with the old mansion master, they flew towards the Imperial City. Who dares to trespass into the Imperial City? The guards of the Imperial City quickly discovered the two of them. On top of the city walls, the God Destroyer crossbows, which were specially used to deal with strong martial artists, were aimed at Zhao Yu and the old mansion master. This made Zhao Yu very angry. Although she was not favored in the imperial family since young, she was still princess. Since when did these small guards dare to obstruct her? I am Princess Xiaoyu. Who are you? I have an impression of the imperial city cavalry, but I have never seen you before. Xiaoyu asked suspiciously. What? She's Princess Xiaoyu, an expert from the Sacred Land Mountain River list. Princess, please forgive us. We did not know that Princess was coming. Please wait for a moment. I will inform the few eunuchs. The general in charge did not answer Xiaoyu's question. He only invited Xiaoyu down and rushed into the imperial city. This made Xiaoyu even more suspicious. She looked around the imperial city. Xiaoyu suddenly realized something strange. Not only were the guards around the imperial city all gone, even the palace maids and eunuchs walking around were different. She could not see a single familiar face. Adding that before she returned, the emperor was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Xiaoyu had an ominous premonition. Where are you from? Why have I never seen you in the imperial city? Xiaoyu grabbed a passing palace maid and asked. The palace maid was frightened and immediately knelt down. Princess, please spare me. I don't know anything. I was only chosen to enter the imperial city a few days ago. Then what about you? Where are you from? Speak, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiaoyu released her martial ancestor realm qi. If it were any other martial master, they would not be able to withstand the pressure and would tell Xiaoyu everything they knew. But this time, after hearing Xiaoyu's words, the guards all turned pale and knelt on the ground. No one dared to answer Xiaoyu's question. Something is wrong. Come with me. Whether the emperor dies or not, it has nothing to do with me. The old mansion master was very experienced. Chapter 311. Number 1 on the demon list. At that instant, a cold voice interrupted the old patriarch's action. Ha ha! This must be Princess Xiaoyu. She is indeed as beautiful as her name suggests. She is barely qualified to be the first wife. Right after he spoke, a youth in dragon robes walked over with a majestic gait. His gait was like a mountain. Immediately, all the pressure Xiaoyu placed on the surroundings was swept away. A rank 1 martial honorable? Who are you? Why are you wearing a dragon robe? The old mansion master yelled out. Even though he was also a rank 1 martial honorable, he did not know why he felt a sense of fear when he faced the young man in the dragon robe. Something's not right. I'll help you block him. You should quickly leave the imperial city and return to the Holy Land. The old mansion master instructed Xiaoyu in a low voice. No, I won't leave. My father and grandfather are here. If you want me to leave you all behind and escape, I can't do it. Who are you? Why are you in the imperial palace? What did you do to the imperial family of the Zhao kingdom? Xiaoyu glared angrily at the dragon-robed youth. She was sure that this person was not from a Zhao kingdom. Due to the protection of their ancestor, Xiaoyu, the members of the imperial family all possessed a portion of the Phoenix bloodline. However, most of the imperial family members were unable to awaken it in their entire lives. Only people like Xiaoyu could occasionally awaken it and sense the aura of others from the same clan. But that did not include the person in front of him. Are you talking about your father, Princess Xiaoyu? Don't worry, I didn't hurt him. I'll be with you in the future, and I'll be filial to my father-in-law. The young man in dragon robe said very proudly. His eyes were staring at Xiaoyu's body with incomparable greed. This abruptly made Xiaoyu feel a chill run down his spine. This was followed by intense anger. If Yifei were here, he would definitely scold this person for courting death. Why did he have to provoke this crazy woman? Everyone in the Holy Land knew that although Xiaoyu looked gentle and pleasant, she was actually very cruel. Hearing the young man's filthy words, Xiaoyu coldly snorted. The temperature around the dragon-robed young man rose rapidly, igniting a raging inferno. You'd better tell me what happened in the palace and what happened to my father. Otherwise, I don't mind burning you to death. Xiaoyu said coldly. If you burn me to death, then wouldn't you be murdering your own husband? In the Heavenly Een cult, you'll be completely annihilated. The dragon-robed youth didn't even look at the flames around him. With a stomp of his foot, all the flames were torn apart. Around his body, 9 illusory images of true dragons appeared, looking extremely powerful. You are, leave quickly. I know who he is. He's Nangong Long, ranked first on the Een Demon list of the Heavenly Een cult. The old mansion master suddenly recalled something after observing the young man's martial skill, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. Zhao City had always been within the sphere of influence of the Taishan Holy Land. Now, not only had the Heavenly Een sect entered, but they had also taken over the royal palace. This was clearly a very dangerous signal. What? Ranked first on the Een Demon list? Zhao Yu was also shocked. Then, without saying a word, she turned around and left. She knew that, with her strength, she would only be a burden to the old mansion master. The best thing to do was to escape immediately. Ha, you want to leave? You're lucky to be able to become my woman. Even if you want to leave, you'll have to wait until I take you and give birth to my children. To be honest, I, Nangong Long, have never played with a girl with the Phoenix bloodline. Ha ha! Nangong Long laughed wildly. He didn't even look at the old mansion master, who was rushing towards him. He directly rushed toward Zhao Yu, who was running away. The old mansion master wanted to stop him, but suddenly, for a half-step, martial venerables rushed out from the crowd. They were old eunuchs with cold expressions. They held horsetail whisks in their hands and withstood the old mansion master's attack together. They spat out blood and retreated. At the same time, the old mansion master was also pushed back a few steps by the four old eunuchs' combined attack. At this moment, Nangong Long also rushed to Zhao Yu's side. At the same time, he shattered Zhao Yu's protective true essence with his palm. At the same time, he rudely grabbed Zhao Yu's waist with one hand and said, "Princess Zhao Yu, I didn't expect you to have such a hot temper. However, I like it. Get your dirty hands off me." Zhao Yu was completely enraged. When she saw that Nangong Long wanted to use his dirty hands to hug her body, Zhao Yu's hair suddenly became as white as snow. Countless whistling ice blades covered the entire imperial palace. Under this horrifying cold chi, even the true dragon illusions around Nangong Long were frozen. Then, they were shattered by the ice blades that filled the sky. Nangong Long also did not expect Zhao Yu's Phoenix bloodline to be so terrifying. It actually had the dual attributes of ice and fire. Immediately, the dragon robe on his body was torn to shreds and a small wound appeared on his face. Nangong Long was instantly enraged. There had never been a woman who dared to reject him. Not only did Zhao Yu reject him, she even injured him. Nangong Long could not forgive her for this. "Zhao Yu, as my woman, you still dare to resist me? Today, I will let you know the consequences of resisting." Sky Demon Kill. Rumble. The sky split open and a huge pitch-black demonic fist appeared. It smashed onto Zhao Yu's body without holding back. Nangong Long did not show any mercy with this punch. It was not enough for Zhao Yu to fall from the sky and vomit blood. Nangong Long even raised his foot arrogantly. With a whistling demonic chi, he was about to step on Zhao Yu's body. At this moment, Nangong Long's brutal side was completely revealed. This scene also caused the old mansion master's eyes to bleed. Kill. At this critical moment, the old mansion master blocked in front of Zhao Yu and used all his strength to slap at Nangong Long's descending feet. However, Nangong Long only sneered. The true essence in his body, with his feet as the center, suddenly exploded. While shaking off the old mansion master's palm, he also heavily stepped on the old mansion master's chest. "Get lost, you old bastard. Do you think that just because you are at the same level as me, you're a match for me, Nangong Long? If you weren't Zhao Yu's grandfather, I would have destroyed your soul in one move." Puff! The old mansion master spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in as he fell to the ground. In just one move, he was severely injured by Nangong Long. This was the terror of the top expert of the Een Demon ranking. Grandfather. Seeing the old mansion master so severely injured, Zhao Yu's tears flowed out. Then, shocking anger and murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Zhao Yu ignored her own injuries and rushed towards Nangong Long. "You hurt my grandfather. I must kill you." "Haha, kill me. If you hadn't awakened the Phoenix bloodline, you would only be my plaything." Nangong Long laughed wildly. completely ignoring Zhao Yu's attack. After all, the gap between their realms was too big. One side was the top expert of the Yin demon ranking, while Zhao Yu had just awakened her bloodline. Bang! Zhao Yu's fire pillar hit Nangong Long's body, but it couldn't even break Nangong Long's protective Jinyuan. However, Zhao Yu's action had successfully angered Nangong Long. He quickly reached out his hand and shattered Zhao Yu's protective Jinyuan. At the same time, Nangong Long had already grabbed Zhao Yu's snow-white hair with a cold smile and dragged her in front of him. With a cruel look in his eyes, Nangong Long raised his hand and was about to slap Zhao Yu's face. Of course, Nangong Long also used all of his strength in this slap. He didn't have any pity for Zhao Yu. If she was really hit, she would definitely be very miserable. Enough, Nangong Long. Zhao Yu is my great-granddaughter and your future wife. Why don't you stop? Before Nangong Long could make a move, Zhao Yu shouted. Chapter 312. The Princess Wedding. What? My future husband? Zhao Yu was shocked, but even more shocked was the noble lady who was hugging her. Without guessing, Zhao Yu knew who she was. Empress Dowager? That's impossible. You should be imprisoned by Uncle Zhao Qianjun, never to leave the Vermilion Gate. Zhao Yu wanted to retreat in fear, but she realized that the Empress Dowager was too strong, to the point that she did not even have time to retaliate. The true essence in her body was easily sealed by the Empress Dowager. Old witch, I'll fight it out with you. You killed my daughter that year, and now you want to kill my granddaughter. The old mansion lord was enraged. He did not hesitate to burn his life force and rushed towards the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager laughed coldly. She did not have any intention to attack. Nangong Long, who was by the side, laughed sinisterly. He rushed towards the old mansion lord and used the demonic kill again. The pitch-black demonic fist was as fast as a shooting star. Kacha! Kacha! The old mansion lord's hands and legs were all smashed by Nangong Long. A first-level martial honorable against a first-level martial honorable. The old mansion lord was not Nangong Long's opponent and was instantly defeated. He was heavily injured and lost his last chance to retaliate. But the old mansion lord did not care about his injuries. He only stared at the Empress Dowager, staring at Zhao Yu, whose cultivation was sealed. Old witch, why did you capture my granddaughter? Don't forget, Zhao Yu is in the top 10 of the Sacred Land's Mountain River list. If you hurt her, aren't you afraid that the Sacred Land will start a war with you? Ha! Start a war with the Sacred Land that has declined to the extreme. Old thing, you don't know how scary it is. The Sacred Land's direct disciple, Nan Ruo Feng, has already expressed that he wants to mend a relationship with our Tianyin sect. Not to mention this young master only marrying Zhao Yu. Even if I marry a few more, that Nan Ruo Feng will not say a word. He might even send a congratulatory gift. Boom! As Nangong Long spoke, his face revealed a sinister smile. He was about to kill the old mansion lord. No. Zhao Yu struggled intensely. She was unable to use martial arts. She could only plead to the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, don't kill my grandfather. Let him go. I'll do anything you want me to. Stop. The Empress Dowager laughed in satisfaction. He hurriedly ordered Nangong Long to stop. Unexpectedly, Nangong Long sneered and said arrogantly, If I stop just because you tell me to, then I, Nangong Long, will lose face. Old man, seeing that Zhao Yu is about to become my woman, I will only cut off your limbs. At the same time, I will also show your granddaughter the serious consequences of angering me. Outrageous! How dare you commit a crime in front of me? The Empress Dowager, the Empress. Seeing Nangong Long's unruly appearance, the Empress Dowager waved her hand, and an extremely terrifying true essence slapped Nangong Long until he spat out blood. He rolled on the ground, unable to move. Martial level, martial. How is this possible? Old woman, you've been trapped for over 200 years. How can you break through so quickly? Nangong Long was thoroughly frightened. The arrogance on his face had turned into a deep sense of fear. The Empress Dowager did not say anything when she saw that Nangong Long still dared to act presumptuously. She harumphed coldly, and her vast, true energy turned into a mountain-like pressure, causing Nangong Long to feel pain all over his body. He vomited blood and was almost crushed into a meat patty by the Empress Dowager's true energy. "Aunt, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Please spare my life." Nangong Long was terrified, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. This was the way of the demonic sections. They would listen to whoever had the harder fist. After experiencing the Empress Dowager's terrifying strength, even Nangong Long, who was ranked first on the Een Demon board, did not dare to breathe too loudly. Nangong Long, listen to me. Zhao Yu is my favorite great-granddaughter. In the Heavenly Een sect, there are many people who are stronger and more talented than you. I married Zhao Yu to you because you are a member of the Nangong family. If you dare to bully Zhao Yu after the marriage, I will not spare you." The Empress Dowager looked at Nangong Long coldly. With just one glance, Nangong Long was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Only now did he know how terrifying this aunt he had never met was. Nangong Long hurriedly nodded his head and greedily looked at Zhao Yu's beautiful face. He got up and patted his chest. "Aunt, don't worry. I promise that I will treat Zhao Yu well. She's such a good beauty. If she did not anger me, I would not have hurt her." "That's good. Zhao Yu, if he bullies you in the future, you can come to me. I will help you," the Empress Dowager said to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's face was ashen. She did not refuse, nor did she respond. She only coldly requested, "Let my grandfather go, and you can do whatever you want with me. Don't listen to them." Bang! Before the old mansion lord could finish his words, he was kicked 7 or 8 meters away by Nangong Long. Zhao Yu also looked at Nangong Long furiously. If she could fight now, she would risk her life to drag Nangong Long down and die together with him. "What are you looking at? This young master didn't kill that old thing. Of course, if you're willing to be obedient and marry me, I'll naturally let that old thing go." Nangong Long's expression was indifferent as he winked at the 4 injured eunuchs. The eunuchs immediately rushed up and imprisoned the old mansion lord. Zhao Yu immediately panicked. She turned her head and looked at the Empress Dowager angrily. "Empress Dowager, you better let my grandfather go. Otherwise, I will die immediately." The Empress Dowager seemed to have heard a funny joke. She touched Zhao Yu's face affectionately and said, "Die? How can I bear to let you die? You are my most precious great-granddaughter. The bloodline in your body is very useful to the Heavenly Een sect. However, Zhao Yu, don't worry. As long as you join the Heavenly Een sect and marry Nangong Long, I promise that your grandfather will be fine." The Empress Dowager released Zhao Yu as she spoke. Then, 2 palace maids with cold expressions stood on Zhao Yu's left and right. They stood close to Zhao Yu and watched her every move. "Bring the princess to my chambers. It is rare to meet such a considerate great-granddaughter. I want to have a good talk with her for the next few days." The Empress Dowager ordered the 2 palace maids indifferently. "Yes, Empress Dowager. Your Highness, please forgive this servant for offending you." The 2 palace maids didn't care whether Zhao Yu agreed or not. They half-forced Zhao Yu to the Empress Dowager's chambers. Zhao Yu instantly despaired. She knew that her return this time was a trap carefully planned by the Empress Dowager. The funny thing was that she had actually been worried about the Emperor's illness and hurried back. Not only had she harmed herself, but she had also harmed her grandfather. "Empress Dowager, you are really scheming. Father, I hate you. You didn't even look at my mother when she died. Now, you are personally pushing me into the fire pit. Do you have any humanity left? Is the throne so important to you?" Zhao Yu finally looked at the back of the crowd. Emperor Zhao was standing there quietly. He had a complicated expression on his face as he watched Zhao Yu being captured. He hadn't said a word since the beginning. It was only when he heard Zhao Yu's reprimand that the emperor became agitated. He said loudly, I had no choice. I didn't send that voice transmission talisman at all." Chapter 3:13. Forced marriage. Zhao Yu had a sad smile on her face. She wanted to be strong, but tears still rolled down her face like broken pearls. The 2 palace maids did not give the emperor a chance to speak. They forcefully supported Zhao Yu and left. The emperor's heart felt as if it had been pierced by something. The pain went deep into his bones. You are... The emperor took a few steps forward. Due to his agitation, a martial arts grandmaster realm, 10th realm expert, actually lost his composure and fell to the ground. This caused Nangong Long to mock him mercilessly. Haha, this is the descendant of Zhao Shunjian? What a complete good-for-nothing. Nangong Long looked at the embarrassed emperor with disdain, then turned and walked into the palace. The Empress Dowager finally looked at the emperor with satisfaction and said indifferently, "Emperor, your performance this time is not bad. You don't have any thoughts of going against me. Don't worry, you are my grandson. As long as I am here, the Zhao family will prosper. When I am gone, your daughter will also make the Zhao family more prosperous." With a self-mocking look on his face, the emperor stood up from the ground and mocked. "Is it my Zhao family or the Heavenly Yin sect that is more prosperous? Empress Dowager, you are indeed powerful. You are the holy master of the Heavenly Yin cult, but you didn't hesitate to marry into a remote and desolate place like our Zhao kingdom in order to seize the treasure of our Zhao clan. In your eyes, there is no kinship at all. We are just tools in your hands." "Pa!" The reply was a resounding slap from the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager became agitated for the first time. "Shut up. You have no right to interfere in my affairs. You only need to know that I am not only the saintess of the Heavenly Yin cult, but also your great-grandmother. You just need to focus on being the emperor." Filled with rage, the Empress Dowager turned around and left. The surrounding guards, eunuchs, and palace maids all followed her. From beginning to end, no one turned around to look at the emperor. Only the old eunuch, Lu Chun, stood behind the emperor with a horsetail whisk in his hand. The emperor also touched his slapped face and looked at Lu Chun mockingly. Looking at this good friend who had betrayed him for 30 years? Confidant? Treacherous officials? Lu Chun, tell me, am I not very laughable? Ever since I became the emperor, I lost my best brother, the woman I love the most, and I couldn't even protect my last daughter. Lu Chun was expressionless. He just looked at the emperor quietly. After a long time, he shook his head and said hoarsely, "I betrayed you 30 years ago. 30 years ago, you and I were brothers. Brothers who have gone through fire and water together." The emperor stared at Lu Chun, but he was disappointed. Lu Chun was expressionless. He had been completely defeated by the Empress Dowager's methods. The emperor was disappointed and sighed heavily. But soon he pulled himself together and said word by word, "You betrayed me, but I don't blame you." Lu Chun's expression changed, seemingly surprised. The emperor did not look at Lu Chun. He turned around and looked at the magnificent palace. His body was so cold, but his body had never been as straight as it was now. "Lu Chun, I want you to do something for me. You want me to send the news of the princess's wedding to the Taishan Holy Land?" Lu Chun seemed to understand. "Wrong. I want you to tell the news of Er's wedding to Yi Fei." The emperor still did not look back, but his words were unquestionable. It was like an imperial edict. It was so oppressive that Lu Chun was a little breathless. "If it weren't for the Empress Dowager, you would definitely be a good emperor," Lu Chun said with some difficulty. "Compared to being a good emperor, I would rather be a good father." The emperor's expression became serious. Then, he turned and walked into the palace. From beginning to end, the emperor did not look at Lu Chun again. This made Lu Chun a little confused and a little surprised. Faintly, he felt that the emperor now was a little different from before. "Wait a minute. Aren't you afraid that I will report this to the Empress Dowager?" Lu Chun stopped the emperor, puzzled. The emperor smiled. This was the first time Lu Chun had seen the emperor smile in 30 years. The emperor looked at Lu Chun deeply and shook his head. "I know that you hate me, but you hate everyone except for one person. You betrayed everyone except for one person, but she is dead. She was killed by your own hands." Lu Chun's voice suddenly became especially cold. "Yes, she is dead, but she will always live in my heart, and even more so in your heart. Even if I forget her one day, you will not." The emperor sighed and walked into the cold palace dejectedly. He walked towards the throne of the emperor that he had become a puppet. He did not say another word to Lu Chun. Lu Chun did not say another word either. The two of them stretched out their backs like that. The distance between them was getting farther and farther. Lu Chun's dead heart had already stirred up slight waves. Your Majesty. Lu Chun knelt down and faced the emperor's back. I have betrayed you for 30 years. I am very happy that you can trust me for another day. After saying this, Lu Chun left the palace and the imperial city without looking back. On this day, Yi Fei was still practicing swordsmanship on the Sword Peak. Jing Wushou suddenly returned to the Sword Peak in confusion and asked Yi Fei, Junior brother Yi, do you know a eunuch named Lu Chun? Lu Chun, eunuch. Why would I know a eunuch for no reason? Yi Fei was a little confused. Jing Wushou's expression was even more strange. He suddenly took out a red wedding invitation and handed it over. Then why did he send you this? Wedding invitation? And the one who sent me is a eunuch? Faintly, Yi Fei had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. He opened the wedding invitation and looked at it. Yi Fei immediately felt as if there was a clap of thunder in his head. Zhao Yu actually got married. The other party is actually Nangong Long, the #1 expert on the Yin Demon list of the Heavenly Yin cult. That evil Empress Dowager is also the wedding host. Boom! Raging flames of anger burned from Yi Fei's body like a hurricane. Although he did not know what was going on, Yi Fei only understood one thing. With Zhao Yu's character of hating the demon path, she would never get involved with the people of the Heavenly Yin cult, let alone get married. What? Zhao Yu is getting married to Nangong Long? What kind of joke is this? How can a disciple of our sacred ground marry an evil demon of the Heavenly Yin cult? Jing Wushou was furious. Yi Fei was even more furious. If possible, he wanted to slash the Heavenly Yin cult in half. Yi Fei's intuition told him that something must have happened to Zhao Yu. He would definitely not agree to this marriage. Fuck. Heavenly Yin cult, just you wait. After his anger, Yi Fei did not stop. He directly used the golden rock wings and rushed out of the Sword Peak. I'll go. Junior brother Yi, what are you going to do? Nan Ruofeng has made a rule. For the next few days, no disciple or elder is allowed to take a step out of the sacred ground. Jing Wushou shouted, I'm going to rob the wedding. Yi Fei did not even have the time to listen to what Jing Wushou had to say. The moment he saw the wedding invitation, Yi Fei felt a burst of anger burning in his body. But before Yi Fei could really leave the sacred ground, outside the Sword Peak, Huang Xie and Ma Zai had already brought a dozen of Mountain River List disciples and rushed over upon hearing the news. They blocked Yi Fei and scolded him. Yi Fei, what are you doing? Senior brother, Nin has made a rule. From today onwards, the sacred ground will be closed for a month for internal reorganization. Reorganization, my ass. Boom! Yi Fei was in a fit of anger. With Huang Xie and Ma Zai blocking him, Yi Fei completely exploded. Using his finger as a sword, a gigantic sword image, bringing with it boundless anger, swept across. Huang Xie, Ma Zai, and the dozen of Mountain River List disciples all vomited blood and fell from the sky. Ma Zai's face was filled with shock. 50% sword intent. Half-step revered martial artist? What? Half-step revered martial artist? Oh my god. Huang Xie was shocked and immediately covered his face. He was afraid of being slapped in the face by Yi Fei. Chapter 314. Stepping into the Imperial City, 50% sword intent, half-step martial honorable. What's wrong with Yi Fei? How long has it been since he entered Sword Peak? How did his strength increase so much? An elder was shocked. This is Sword Peak after all. Unfortunately, no matter how fast his strength increases, he doesn't have a special body constitution. Compared to Nan Ruofeng, he's just a mediocre person, an ant. That's right, stop Yi Fei. We can't let him ruin Nan Ruofeng's and our Sacred Lands plans. When they saw Yi Fei's strength, the elders were shocked at first. Then, they prepared to charge forward and take Yi Fei down. Some of them even shouted at him. I'll spawn, stop. Mending the relationship with the Heavenly Yin cult is an important step for Nan Ruofeng and us elders to prosper the Sacred Land. If you dare to ruin it, you're betraying the Sacred Land. Betrayal, what a serious crime. As elders, you don't know how to protect your disciples. Instead, you sacrifice your disciples' happiness to curry favor with the heavenly Yin cult. You bunch of good-for-nothings. How can you call yourselves elders? So what if I betray such a sacred land? Yi Fei was furious. Zhao Yu's matter had already made him very angry, and these elders actually wanted to stop him. Since this was the case, he could only kill his way out. Kill! A glaring sword light burst out from Yi Fei's fingertips like the sun. It formed a huge sword shadow and slashed toward the elders who were surrounding him. This time, Yi Fei did not hold back. This sword was filled with Yi Fei's anger and killing intent. Ma Zai and Huang Shu's expressions changed. At this moment, they realized how big the gap between them and Yi Fei was. Compared to Yi Fei, their actions were as shameful and laughable as clowns. The elders were enraged. A disciple actually dared to attack them elders. He was truly audacious and had no respect for his elders. Kill this evil disciple. It was unknown who had shouted from the crowd, but the elders, who were already furious, all roared. Streams of majestic true energy were released from their bodies. Each stream was enough to destroy a mountain range. If so many elders really wanted to kill Yi Fei, no matter how strong Yi Fei's defense was, he would definitely be killed in an instant. Right at this moment, on the sword peak, Jing Wushou made his move. With a roar, his fleshly body surged with the power to tear apart the void. With a single step, he appeared in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei, go. I'll help you block these people. Jing Wushou, are you crazy? Yi Fei is a traitor. Are you going to follow him and ruin the Holy Land's plan to prosper? An elder cursed. What answered them was Jing Wushou's thunderous roar. Bullshit daxing. I don't care if all of you want to curry favor with Nan Ruofeng or flatter the heavenly Yin cult. But since all of you dared to offend the members of my sword peak, then I have no choice but to interfere. Who will fight me, or you bunch of old fools? Fight me together. Boom! A shocking sword intent tore through the sky. Jing Wushou was infuriated. He pulled out his heavy sword and forcefully chopped down an elder. The powerful sword qi instantly shattered that elder's protective Zhenyuan. It also scared the other elders into retreating as if their lives depended on it. Jing Wushou is also a traitor. The entire sword peak is rebelling. Go and ask Nan Ruofeng and the Holy Lord to come out. Go! Jing Wushou ignored the elders who retreated and shouted at Yi Fei. You must bring Zhao Yu back. Even if you have to risk your life, you can't let a disciple of the Holy Land marry that bastard Nangong Long. Senior Brother Jing, thank you. Yi Fei's face darkened. He knew that Jing Wushou was taking a huge risk by doing this. He would never forget this favor. Similarly, he would never let Jing Wushou's efforts go to waste. I will definitely save Zhao Yu. While Jing Wushou forced the elders to retreat, Yi Fei used all his strength to rush towards the entrance of the Holy Land's small world. However, when he got close to the entrance of the small world, a figure silently stood at the entrance, staring coldly at Yi Fei. Nan Ruofeng had a mocking and disdainful expression on his face as he attacked indifferently. Aunt, do you think that you can go against me because I've been too tolerant of you? Go back. I'll kill you in a year. Heaven-covering hand. Nan Ruofeng's palm slowly reached out to grab Yi Fei. He was like a giant who wanted to crush an ant. Yi Fei was terrified and furious. He was no match for Nan Ruofeng, who was a martial king. Nan Ruofeng, you've gone too far. Since you've given Yi Fei a year, you can't attack Yi Fei in this year. Suddenly, Yi Fei's body was gently pushed away. An old but tall figure stood in front of Yi Fei and easily neutralized Nan Ruofeng's martial king attack. Nan Ruofeng's expression immediately turned gloomy. Sword Maniac Elder, I knew you would stop me. You were able to stop me last time, but this time, no one can stop me. Only I, Nan Ruofeng, can lead the Holy Land to prosperity. This ant, even if you protect him for his entire life, he will always be an ant. No matter how weak an ant is, there will always be a time when he transforms. As long as he doesn't die, he will always be able to stand out. Nan Ruofeng, don't forget that everyone has a time when they are weak. Before you become a martial king, you are also an ant. Yi Fei took a step forward and finally shattered the pressure that Nan Ruofeng exerted on him. Impudent! You evil disciple! You are indeed as undisciplined and deranged as the rumors say. I'll kill you today. A golden-haired old man appeared silently beside Nan Ruofeng. He didn't even look at Sword Maniac Elder and was about to kill Yi Fei on the spot. The terrifying pressure shook all the elders and disciples nearby. They all spat out blood and flew back. Even the proud Nan Ruofeng had to take a few steps back at this time. There were only 3 people present who didn't retreat. They were Jing Wushou, Yi Fei, and Sword Maniac Elder. Without saying anything, Sword Maniac Elder raised the stone sword in his hand. As he forced the golden-haired elder to retreat, the simple stone sword pierced through the void and shattered the small world of the Holy Land. Go! Sword Maniac Elder slapped Yi Fei into the cracked opening with a palm. Old Master Jian, thank you. Yi Fei held back his tears and rushed out of the crack without looking back. With one step, he stepped out of the small world of the Holy Land and appeared outside Taishan City. Then, Yi Fei saw a familiar voice standing on the city wall of Taishan City, smiling and waving at him. It was Wang Bai. Yi Fei was very shocked. He quickly rushed over and asked, Wang Bai, why are you outside? How did you get out? Now that the Holy Land was completely sealed, it was reasonable to say that Wang Bai, with his low strength, shouldn't be able to rush out. Wang Bai's clothes were whiter than snow. He smiled and said, I heard that you're going to save Zhao Yu. Do you know that once you go, you will probably die? Yi Fei was silent. Then he said firmly, Even if I die, I will go. You know that you will die, but you still want to go? Wang Bai seemed surprised. Yes, even if I die, I can't watch Zhao Yu be pushed into the fire pit. Like you, he's my good brother. Yi Fei looked at Wang Bai seriously. Chapter 315. I'll take her away. 10,000-mile instant talisman. A super powerful talisman that could allow one to travel 10,000 miles with a single thought. Yi Fei looked at the piece of rotten wood in his hand and the crooked words on it, as if they had been gnawed on by a dog. He found it hard to believe that this thing had such a miraculous effect. Wang Bai, what exactly is this? Yi Fei, we're brothers. Don't ask so many questions. Zhao Yu is still waiting for you. I don't have the strength to save her. The only one who can save her is you. Hurry up and leave. Rumble. The void in the distance trembled. Another huge crack appeared in the small world of the sacred land. Yi Fei finally stopped hesitating. He knew that if he didn't leave now, he would never have another chance. Wang Bai, come with me. Yi Fei infused his true yuan into the piece of rotten wood in his hand and wanted to pull Wang Bai away with him. Wang Bai smiled faintly and easily avoided him. Yi Fei, go. I'm just an outer disciple. The sacred land doesn't need to make things difficult for me. Remember, don't throw this talisman away after you've used it. Remember to think of me in times of crisis. Wang Bai stroked his long eyebrows, smiling as he nodded at Yi Fei. At the same time, the 10,000-mile flash talisman had already turned into a ball of golden light, taking Yi Fei with it as they disappeared from the spot. Yi Fei finally realized how terrifying it was to travel 10,000 miles with a single thought. No, the talisman written on this piece of rotten wood was even more exaggerated than that. Just a moment ago, Yi Fei had been talking to Wang Bai, but in just a few breaths of time, the light of the talisman faded away. Yi Fei was shocked to find that he had already crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and appeared in the Zhao State's imperial city. The imperial city was decorated with lanterns and color banners. There was a jubilant atmosphere everywhere. The commoners were also wearing colorful clothes, as if they were celebrating the wedding of the princess. However, if one observed these commoners carefully, they would realize that none of them were smiling sincerely. The entire imperial city was filled with soldiers and horses. Amidst the festivities, there was a sense of somberness and bitterness. The warriors in the imperial city were even more anxious. No one had expected that the first thing the Empress Dowager did after coming out of seclusion would be to announce that Zhao had left the Taishan Holy Land and should join the heavenly Yin cult. For this reason, the royal family of Zhao Kingdom wanted to marry Princess Zhao Yu to Nangong Long, the #1 expert on the Yin demon list of the Sky Yin cult. But what was Nangong Long doing now? Nangong Long was very pleased with himself as he sat on the dragon throne. To his left was fine wine, and to his right were several Zhao-class beauties from the imperial city. They smiled obsequiously as they snuggled up to Nangong Long. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the clothes on their bodies were constantly being stripped away. On the other side, Zhao Yu was dressed in a red wedding dress with a phoenix crown on her head. Even though her face was covered by a veil, it couldn't hide her devastatingly beautiful appearance. However, Zhao Yu's expression was very cold. It was as cold as ice and as cold as iron. She was so disgusted with Nangong Long that she didn't even want to look at him. If possible, Zhao Yu wanted to commit suicide on the spot to avoid this humiliation. However, she couldn't. Her grandfather was being locked up by 4 old eunuchs in the imperial prison. Her father, who she hated the most, was in an even more miserable state. The dignified emperor was being punished to kneel outside the Meridian Gate. The reason was that the emperor had once again gone against the Empress Dowager's will and sent Lu Chun to deliver a message to the Taishan Holy Land. This time, the Empress Dowager was truly furious. Because of this, the dignified emperor of a country was being forced to kneel outside the gate in front of everyone. This was a great humiliation, but this was the cruelty of the martial arts world. Without strength, the emperor of a country might not be able to rule over the world. In the entire Zhao Kingdom, there was only one person who could rule over the world. That was the Empress Dowager. Looking at the expressionless emperor who was still kneeling at the Meridian Gate, Zhao Yu finally understood how much this person had done for her in silence. He might not have been a good emperor, but he was definitely a good father. However, is sending a message to the Taishan Holy Land useful? The Heavenly Yin cult has controlled the imperial city for so long, but the Holy Land has not responded. Obviously, the Holy Land has already given up on Zhao and me. Nan Ruofeng, who wants to reconcile with the Heavenly Yin cult, will definitely not allow the Holy Land to send people to save Zhao. Instead, it is very likely that they will send Zhao to the Heavenly Yin cult as a gift for reconciliation. Even though her cultivation was sealed, Zhao Yu's mind was still very clear. After experiencing the despair of waiting for the Holy Land's rescue, Zhao Yu had even decided that once her father and grandfather were safe, she would immediately commit suicide to avoid the humiliation that would follow. However, the Empress Dowager's methods were too terrifying. Not only had she arranged for 2 palace maids in the martial grandmaster realm to take turns watching over Zhao Yu, but she had also threatened Zhao Yu. If Zhao Yu didn't agree to the marriage, she would personally cripple the emperor and the old estate master. Zhao Yu didn't dare imagine such a scene. In the face of the Empress Dowager's threat, she could only choose to temporarily submit. As she thought of this, Zhao Yu's heart sank. She finally raised her head and glanced at Nangong Long, who was still seeking pleasure. Nangong Long also stared greedily at Zhao Yu's body. Without any scruples, he teased, "Princess, you don't have to be jealous. I'm just playing around with these women. I, Nangong Long, am serious about you. After today's marriage, I will let you know how blissful it is to be my woman." Zhao Yu glanced coldly at Nangong Long. Her gaze was as if she wasn't looking at a person, but an animal. When he felt this gaze, a violent glint flashed across Nangong Long's eyes. Under the influence of alcohol, he strode over and grabbed Zhao Yu's hair. "Zhao Yu, what kind of look is that? Let me tell you, from today onwards, everything you have will be mine. If I'm happy, I'll play with you. If I'm unhappy, I'll beat you. How dare you?" Zhao Yu raised her head and stared coldly at Nangong Long. Her gaze was so cold that Nangong Long couldn't help but shiver. "The Empress Dowager has arrived." The eunuch's cold and loud voice reverberated throughout the palace. The Empress Dowager, the woman who had ruled Zhao Kingdom for more than 200 years, walked out in an incomparably noble manner. No one dared to raise their heads. The civil and military officials who were celebrating all bowed their heads. The palace maids and eunuchs on the ground all cowed out. Zhao Yu's expression changed. It turned gloomy and hopeless. Nan Gonglong's face lit up with joy. He was so happy that he danced with joy. His hand, which had originally been grabbing Zhao Yu's hair, quickly turned to grabbing Zhao Yu's soft little hand. "Ha ha, your aunt has come out. Let's go through the wedding ceremony now. From today onwards, you are my woman, and I am your husband. Tui, take your dirty hands away. You are not fit to be my husband." Zhao Yu quickly got up and spat on Nan Gonglong's face in front of everyone. "Bitch!" Nan Gonglong was instantly enraged. The anger that he had been suppressing burst out again. With a strong wind, he was about to slap Zhao Yu's face. Boom! At this time, the palace shook violently and the palace gates shattered. Large groups of palace guards were swept away by the sword Qi like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Yifei walked step by step through the crowd of guests and entered the palace. Zhao Yu felt as if something in her heart had been broken. She looked in disbelief at the person who was walking in. "Yifei, it's really him. He actually broke in?" Zhao Yu was very shocked, but she couldn't help but show a touch of surprise on her face. "Yifei, you're the Yifei. Didn't Nan Ruofeng say that the Taishan Holy Land would not interfere with the wedding of Zhao Yu and the Tianyin sect? What are you doing here?" The Empress Dowager stood up in shock and anger. Her aura was like the sea and the abyss. Chapter 316. I want to leave with him. I will take her away. These few words were simple, but to say it in front of all the officials, in front of the Empress Dowager, in front of the top expert of the Yin Demon list, Nan Gonglong, how difficult was that? Boom! All the officials were shocked. The Empress Dowager was also in disbelief. Could it be that Taishan Holy Lands had changed their mind? But how could that be? With Taishan Holy Lands' current decline, would they dare to start a war with the Yin sect at this time? This was the first time that the Empress Dowager, who had calculated everything, saw an accident in Yifei. Of course, this was not the first time. "How dare you?" Nan Gonglong was completely enraged. First, Zhao Yu, his future wife, was cold to him, and now Yifei stood out and said such words. But Nan Gonglong was tyrannical, but he was not a brainless person. Seeing that Yifei dared to kill his way into the Zhao Palace alone, he had to be more cautious. Even the Empress Dowager looked at Yifei with some apprehension. Yifei was not scary, but if Yifei had the entire Taishan Holy Lands behind him, then it would be troublesome. "Yifei, are you representing Taishan Holy Lands to speak to me?" The Empress Dowager stood up. This noble woman, for the first time, looked at Yifei, and then she noticed Yifei's strength. Earth Grade 6 talent, half-step martial honorable realm. You can take first place in the Mountain River list. The Empress Dowager did not expect that Yifei's talent would be so ordinary. Nan Gonglong was even more impolite as he mocked. "What? Only Earth Grade 6 talent. A trash without any special body constitution. Such trash can become first place in the Mountain River list? Through this trash, I can imagine how much the Taishan Holy Lands has declined." Ha ha ha! All the disciples from the Yin sect started to mock him. Yifei also laughed, but he did not say anything. Sometimes, actions were more effective than words. "Kill!" Without another word, a shocking sword intent appeared on Yifei's body. The sword intent soared to the sky, causing all the martial artists' swords to roar. Then 10,000 swords filled the sky and gathered around Yifei. With a move of Yifei's finger, 10,000 swords, like a storm, pierced towards the people who were mocking him. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere and screams of agony rang out. The mocking laughter in the palace had completely stopped. All that was left was a ground full of corpses. The corpses of all the disciples of the heavenly Yin cult. Nan Gonglong's mocking smile was still hanging on his face, but when he sensed how terrifying Yifei's sword intent was, even he couldn't help being startled. Even he had only comprehended 50% of his fist intent. On the other hand, Yifei's martial will had caught up to his when he was only a half martial highness despite his ordinary talent. 50% sword intent. "Yifei, I have no choice but to accept it. Your talent is pretty good. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have killed the disciples of my heavenly Een cult, even if you're #1 on the Mountain River list." The Empress Dowager stared coldly at Yi Fei. The terrifying pressure was enough to crush a martial-revered expert to death. Boom! Yi Fei's body suddenly blossomed with a blazing golden light. Like an ancient war demon, he strode toward Zhao Yu and the imprisoned old palace lord. "Palace lord, you have suffered." Yi Fei bent down. The special metal-made Xian artifact chains were like noodles in Yi Fei's hands. Yi Fei crushed them with his bare hands. The old palace lord who was freed did not care about healing himself. He grabbed Yi Fei weakly and said, "Yi Fei, leave quickly. Don't care about me. Bring you and leave quickly." Yi Fei nodded, then shook his head. He ignored everyone, including the Empress Dowager and Nangong Long. Yi Fei continued to walk forward to Nangong Long's side. Then, he brushed past Nangong Long's shoulder and walked toward Zhao Yu. "How dare you?" The two palace maids who were in charge of monitoring Zhao Yu immediately stood in front of Yi Fei. Then, they felt two rays of sword aura piercing through their bodies. At this time, everyone realized that above Yi Fei's head, there was a sword cloud formed by thousands of swords whistling through the air. As long as Yi Fei was willing, he could destroy the imperial city's army anytime. This was the terror of a half-step martial revered. It was also the terror of the #1 on the Mountain River list. This was also Yi Fei's strength. "Yi Fei, I owe you once again, but I know that you will not give up on me. The sacred land will not give up on me." Zhao Yu was crying, but she revealed a bright smile. Facing Yi Fei, she did not want Yi Fei to see her crying. Even if she was crying, she had to maintain her smile. What a stubborn woman. It's a pity that she does not understand the cruelty of the sacred land. However, Yi Fei did not explain why Nangong Long and the Empress Dowager did not take action. It was because they were like Zhao Yu. They mistakenly thought that Yi Fei's actions were ordered by the sacred land. Somewhere in the imperial palace, there was still a powerful expert from the sacred land. It was because of this misgivings. Seeing that Yi Fei did not have any misgivings and killed all the ordinary disciples of the heavenly Een cult, the suspicious Empress Dowager could not make up her mind. The tyrannical Nangong Long also suppressed his anger. He only looked at the sky near the imperial city and scanned it. Yi Fei also successfully took advantage of the heavenly Een cult's misunderstanding. Yi Fei walked up to Zhao Yu. He did not have time to say anything. He only asked, "Zhao Yu, are you willing to come with me?" Zhao Yu did not say anything. She only suddenly grabbed Yi Fei's hand. It was as if holding Yi Fei's hand would give her unlimited courage. "Empress Dowager, I want to go with him." Zhao Yu finally mustered up her courage and spoke the truest voice in her heart. At the same time, Yi Fei felt that Zhao Yu's grip on his hand was very tight and forceful. Clearly, Zhao Yu was very nervous at this moment. In fact, Yi Fei was even more nervous. After all, he had killed his way in alone. There were no reinforcements behind him. If Nangong Long or the Empress Dowager noticed this, there would definitely be a fierce battle. In order to avoid this situation, Yi Fei did not object when Zhao Yu held his hand. After hearing Zhao Yu's clear attitude, Yi Fei gave the old mansion master a look in the distance. Then, he pulled Zhao Yu and turned to leave. Zhao Yu suddenly understood something. Without another word, she held Yi Fei's hand tightly and prepared to walk out of the palace. The court officials who saw this scene were confused. What was going on? Wasn't the princess going to marry Nangong Long? Why did she suddenly say that she wanted to leave with another man at this time? Whoosh! Subconsciously, many people looked at the Empress Dowager and then at Nangong Long. The Empress Dowager was expressionless. She even looked a little suspicious. This was a common problem of old monsters who had been trapped for many years. Yi Fei had already experienced this with the Demon Emperor. However, Nangong Long could not. He was still young and impetuous. It was still a good day for him to get married to the princess. In the end, Yi Fei openly tried to snatch the bride away. Not only did he want to take Zhao Yu away, but Zhao Yu even agreed to it immediately. She did not care about her future husband's reputation and actually turned to leave with another man with their hands tightly clasped. Chapter 3:17. Fighting Nangong Long. Hearing Nangong Long's words, Zhao Yu couldn't help scolding angrily. "What do you mean by your woman? People like you only disgust me. I'd rather marry Yi Fei than marry you." Zhao Yu said this unintentionally out of anger, but in everyone's ears, it had a different meaning. It was as if Yi Fei really had something going on with Zhao Yu. In an instant, all the officials and generals looked at Yi Fei with strange expressions. Yi Fei felt like vomiting blood. God knew that there was nothing going on between him and Zhao Yu. Unfortunately, Yi Fei had forgotten that his hand was still holding Zhao Yu's. In Nangong Long's eyes, this was solid evidence that Zhao Yu had betrayed him. As the top expert on the Yin Demon list, how could he accept this? "Yi Fei, fight with me. If you win, Zhao Yu will be yours. If you lose, prepare to die." Nangong Long angrily challenged Yi Fei. "Empress Dowager, I'm afraid it's inappropriate for young Master Nangong to do this." One of the four old eunuchs whispered to the Empress Dowager. Although the Heavenly Yin cult was powerful, the Taishan Holy Land had existed for thousands of years. It wasn't easy to bully them. Most importantly, the Heavenly Yin cult wasn't ready to go to war with the Taishan Holy Land. "It doesn't matter. Let these two juniors fight for a while. My great-granddaughter can only marry Nangong Long. How can I let her be taken away so casually?" The Empress Dowager said coldly. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be talking to the air around her. But to the Empress Dowager's disappointment, no one responded to her. It seemed that the hidden experts of the Holy Land had no intention of interfering in this matter. This made the Empress Dowager even more suspicious. "Sorry, I'm not interested in fighting with you. Zhao Yu is also not an object that you can fight over." Yi Fei did not plan to pay attention to Nangong Long's provocation. He pulled Zhao Yu and was about to walk out of the palace. Zhao Yu immediately followed with a red face, allowing Yi Fei to continue holding her hand. When Nangong Long saw this scene, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Zhao Yu, why are you so cold towards me? Why are you not even willing to let me touch your hand? Why are you so obedient towards this trash? I understand now. Do you like this trash? Very good. Today, I want you to personally witness how I, Nangong Long, will defeat him. Kill. Sky Devil kill." Nangong Long punched out furiously. He didn't care whether Yi Fei agreed or not. The huge demonic fist shattered space and enveloped Yi Fei and Zhao Yu on the spot. "Let's go. Take the old mansion master and leave the palace quickly." Yi Fei sighed. He understood that his bluff was effective against the suspicious Empress Dowager. However, it was not effective against the violent, young, and impulsive Nangong Long. "Nangong Long, since you want to fight, I'll fight with you." Yi Fei activated the war demon golden body and used the 7 killing fist to help Zhao Yu stall for time. The old mansion master quickly grabbed Zhao Yu and was about to leave. Come with me quickly." "No, I'm not leaving. He said he would take me away. I can't leave him here to fight alone." Zhao Yu shed tears as she looked at Yi Fei, who was fighting Nangong Long. "Go. If you don't go now, you won't have another chance." The emperor, who was kneeling outside the Meridian Gate, suddenly rushed over. He grabbed Zhao Yu and the old mansion master and was about to rush out of the palace. "You want to leave? None of you will be able to escape from me today. Stop them." The Empress Dowager ordered coldly. The surrounding palace guards subconsciously wanted to surround them. The emperor was enraged. His aura of a martial ancestor realm, 10th grade martial ancestor, was exposed. He smashed the 2 traitors into meat patties on the spot. "Who dares to stop me? Don't forget that this is the Zhao clan's empire." The emperor's eyes were filled with anger, and his aura was imposing. His words shocked the soldiers present, and they did not dare to stop him. "Emperor, you've grown up. How dare you disobey my orders time and time again? That's right. This empire belongs to the Zhao clan. However, I, the Empress Dowager, am in charge. Stop them." "Yes." 4 feminine old eunuchs instantly surrounded the emperor and the old mansion master from all directions, disregarding their injuries. The Emperor immediately fell into a tough battle. The old mansion master was severely injured by Nangong Long and could only use a small portion of his strength as a martial honor. Although they fought desperately to protect Zhao Yu and escape, everyone could see that the Emperor's side was bound to lose if nothing went wrong. The soldiers, who were still hesitating, became restless again. The Emperor and the old mansion master, who felt that it was impossible to stop them, looked anxiously at Yi Fei. They would not be able to hold on for long. The only person who had a chance to escape with Zhao Yu was Yi Fei. Now, they only hoped that the masters from the Holy Land behind Yi Fei would act quickly. After all, the Emperor and Zhao Yu were of the Empress Dowager's blood. The Empress Dowager could not bear to be ruthless. She only ordered the 4 eunuchs to stop the Emperor and Zhao Yu from escaping. At the same time, she looked suspiciously at Yi Fei. The Empress Dowager could not understand why the masters from the Holy Land had not appeared at this time. Could it be that they had so much confidence in Yi Fei? Of course, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor would never have dreamed that Yi Fei was the only one who had come this time. There were no masters from the Holy Land hiding in the dark. It was just that Yi Fei's domineering style had seriously misled them. However, Yi Fei would never say this out loud. Right now, he was fully focused on fighting Nangong Long. The two men's fists collided again and again. The 7 killing fists and the heavenly demon kill were both heaven-level superior martial arts. Their powers were equally matched. Although there was a difference in their cultivation levels, Yi Fei was still evenly matched with Nangong Long thanks to the War Demon Golden Body and the Undying Sword Soul's instantaneous recovery. The Empress Dowager, who was watching the fight, was shocked. How is this possible? This Yi Fei is only a half-step martial saint. How can he fight Nangong Long to a draw? A draw? Haha. Annie, you've overestimated this piece of trash. He wants to compete with me for a woman? What a joke. Yi Fei, do you know what grade my talent is? Let me tell you, I have the Earth-ranked 10th grade demonic flood dragon body. Just my talent and physique alone can crush you countless times. Boom! As Nangong Long spoke, 10 dazzling black halos appeared on his body. That was the Earth-grade 10 Dantian. As if he was showing off, Nangong Long roared again. A horn appeared on his forehead, and a pitch-black scale armor appeared on his body. He looked like a black dragon man as he violently threw a punch at Yi Fei. Demon Flood Dragon Body, Heavenly Demon Kill. Nangong Long threw another punch. The huge black fish shadow suddenly turned into a pitch-black flood dragon's claw and ruthlessly slapped at Yi Fei's body. The space around Yi Fei instantly shattered. At the same time, Yi Fei's War Demon Golden Body also shattered. This was the terror of the top expert on the Een Demon ranking. Nangong Long was brutal, but his talent, physique, and strength had reached the peak of the younger generation. Chapter 3:18. Contest of Wills. Seeing Nangong Long's performance, the Empress Dowager was very satisfied. She casually glanced at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu heard the Empress Dowager's faint voice. Zhao Yu, did you see that? This is Nangong Long's talent and potential. Only Nangong Long is worthy of you. Zhao Yu remained indifferent and completely ignored the Empress Dowager's words. She wasn't even interested in looking at Nangong Long. At this moment, there was only one person in Zhao Yu's eyes, and that was Yi Fei. Her expression followed the rhythm of Yi Fei's battle, revealing emotions of worry, nervousness, and concern. However, when faced with Nangong Long, who was right before her, Zhao Yu only felt coldness and disgust. The more Nangong Long showed off, the more Zhao Yu disliked him. Why? Why is it that she won't even look at me when I've already reached this stage? Is it because I, Nangong Long, am not talented enough? Am I not strong enough? Nangong Long kept an eye on Zhao Yu's reaction as he fought Yi Fei. He soon realized that no matter how much he flaunted his 10th grade D-rank talent or the potential of his demon flood dragon body, he couldn't get any attention from Zhao Yu. Nangong Long was finally enraged. I know it's all because of you. Because of a piece of trash like you. As long as I defeat you, Zhao Yu will turn her attention to me. Her body and mind will return to my side. Yi Fei, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Rumble. The destructive power of a martial honorable was extremely terrifying. The furious Nangong Long was even more terrifying. His pitch-black demonic fists, one after another, were able to shatter mountains and break rivers as they continuously bombarded Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei's battle demon golden body shattered again and again. Facing Nangong Long's all-out attack, even Yi Fei's 7 killing fists found it difficult to withstand. Even so, Yi Fei did not retreat. He did not speak. He only gritted his teeth and charged forward again and again to fight Nangong Long. He didn't care that his fists were cracked, and he didn't care that his body was covered in blood. He was still fighting. The silence of the battle was terrifying. All of the civil and military officials were looking at Yi Fei, as were the soldiers. The 4 old eunuchs stopped fighting the emperor. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were wide as they stared at the 2 young men fighting in the sky, who seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. It was a battle between a half-step martial venerable and a martial venerable. Surprisingly, Yi Fei did not take a single step back, even though he defended more than he attacked, and his golden body shattered again and again. Yi Fei still managed to withstand Nangong Long's torrential demonic fists. Furthermore, when Nangong Long was adjusting his quintessence, he finally found a flaw in Nangong Long's defense. 7 kills breaking the heavens. Rumble. Yi Fei gathered all his strength and blasted out the strongest punch of the 7 kill fists. His killing intent and anger caused Yi Fei's fist to instantly smash through the air and land heavily on the bridge of Nangong Long's nose. Gotcha! The crowd could even hear the sound of Nangong Long's nose being broken. This was the first time Yi Fei had successfully counterattacked after taking so many punches from Nangong Long. Furthermore, his counterattack was so sharp and violent. Nangong Long groaned as he retreated rapidly with blood splattering from his nose. His face was filled with shock. How could this be? He had punched Yi Fei so many times. It was already good enough that Yi Fei was still alive. How could Yi Fei still be able to throw out such a terrifying punch and even cause him to bleed from his nose? Nangong Long, what are you doing? The Empress Dowager was furious. She could not tolerate the fact that Nangong Long had a nosebleed from a puny half-step martial venerable in front of everyone. Roar! Nangong Long was so angry that his entire body was about to explode. He had only been careless for a moment, yet he had been beaten into such a sorry state by the trash in his eyes. This was so embarrassing. Most importantly, this was in front of Zhao Yu. Unforgivable. Yi Fei, how dare you hit my face? Damn it. If I don't torture you to death today, my name is not Nangong Long. 50% fist intent, demonic heart destruction palm. The sky darkened as a terrifying demonic chi formed a huge palm. It tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Yi Fei. It seemed as if it was going to smash Yi Fei into a pulp. A strong sense of danger rose in Yi Fei's heart. Yi Fei understood that this move could be Nangong Long's strongest attack. Otherwise, he would not have used his fist intent. Furthermore, Nangong Long was a martial venerable. Even a rank 3 or rank 4 martial venerable might not be able to block this move. However, Yi Fei did not back down. There was no need for him to back down. This was because he had not used his full strength either. Since you want to compete with our martial wills, I will accompany you to the end. I want to see if your fist intent or my sword intent is stronger. 50% sword intent, devouring sword intent. Yi Fei suddenly changed his fist and palm into a sword finger. Dazzling sword radiance shot out from Yi Fei's fingertips. It instantly formed a huge black hole and pointed towards Nangong Long's incoming fist. Using his fingers as a sword to launch a sword move? How is this possible? This Yi Fei has actually mastered the most powerful sword heart illumination of the sword peak. Nangong Long, be careful. The Empress Dowager was very knowledgeable. This was the first time she felt a huge threat from Yi Fei. Anyone who could comprehend the sword heart illumination would definitely become the next sword peak master of the Holy Land. Their status would even be on par with the Holy Master. The Empress Dowager could not believe that Yi Fei, who was so young and had such a low cultivation level, could comprehend the way of the sword to such an extent. She was shocked and immediately shouted to remind Nan Gonglong to be careful. However, at this moment, Yi Fei also moved. He did not wait for Nan Gonglong to escape. The sword finger in his hand changed again. The sword heart illumination does not only allow me to comprehend the way of the sword, it also allows me to be without a sword in my hand, but with a sword in my heart. Nan Gonglong, you are very lucky to be the first to have a taste of my sword finger. Annihilation sword, devouring sky style. Kill! As Yi Fei shouted, the black hole space at his fingertips suddenly elongated like a silk thread, forming a pitch-black sword-shaped spatial crack. Yi Fei pointed his sword at Nan Gonglong and made a downward slash. Crack, 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 crack. Wherever the sword-shaped spatial crack passed, the space was silently split in half. Nan Gonglong's arm and body were also split in half. Finally, a transparent crack appeared neatly between Nan Gonglong's eyebrows. It rapidly spread from the center of his body. Nan Gonglong widened his eyes in horror. He stared at Yi Fei and then at his body that was gradually splitting apart. His eyes were filled with intense fear. What sword technique is this? Nan Gonglong asked with difficulty. Emperor's sword technique, annihilation sword. Yi Fei slowly retracted his sword finger. He put his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Nan Gonglong. So, that's how it is? My defeat is not unjustified. Nan Gonglong's eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness as his body completely exploded into two halves. Blood splattered all over the ground. It also sprayed on the Empress Dowager, who had rushed to Nan Gonglong's side. This noble and vicious woman's face was covered in blood. She had wanted to rush over to save Nan Gonglong's life, but all she saw was a corpse that had been split in half. Nan Gonglong is dead. My nephew, the top expert on the Yin Demon list, the husband that I personally chose for you, is actually dead. The one who killed him is a mediocre ant. The Empress Dowager looked at Nan Gonglong's corpse that had been split in half. Chapter 319. The wooden sign shows its power. Yi Fei. The Empress Dowager was infuriated. Her anger caused the entire palace to tremble vigorously as the suppression of the 10th layer martial highness realm descended, causing the soldiers to drop to their knees. The emperor and the old government lords' faces turned pale. In the Zhao kingdom, the Empress Dowager was the heavens. Who could withstand the fury of a 10th martial honored realm cultivator? Why haven't the holy grounds experts appeared yet? The emperor and old manor lord were both frightened and confused. There won't be any experts from the Holy Lands. Yi Fei came alone. Zhao Yu looked at Yi Fei with a rare gentleness in her eyes. Even when everyone had abandoned her, Yi Fei did not abandon her. He had abandoned her in the Holy Land, but Yi Fei still did not give up on her. Although she didn't know how Yi Fei had managed to break out of the Holy Land and come here, Zhao Yu could imagine how much pressure Yi Fei had to bear in order to save her. As long as she knew this, Zhao Yu felt very happy and satisfied. She didn't make a mistake in befriending Yi Fei. Of course, Zhao Yu couldn't watch Yi Fei die like this. Empress Dowager, please let Yi Fei go. I'll go with you. I'll join the Heavenly Yin cult with you. Zhao Yu took a step forward. Even though her cultivation was sealed, the princess still used her fastest speed to stand in front of Yi Fei. The Empress Dowager was stunned. Yi Fei was also shocked. He didn't have time to adjust his breathing. He just shouted at Zhao Yu, "Zhao Yu, why did you come back? I told you to leave, so leave." "No, I won't leave. Once I leave, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I can't let you die. Empress Dowager, I beg you, let go of Yi Fei and I'll go with you." Zhao Yu pleaded as he looked at the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager laughed crazily. At this moment, how could she not know that there were no experts from the Holy Land hiding in the dark? Otherwise, when she decided to make a move, the experts from the Holy Land would have appeared to protect Yi Fei. However, the experts from the Holy Land did not appear. Instead, it was Zhao Yu who came to plead for leniency. The Empress Dowager felt a surge of anger. She was actually frightened by Yi Fei's bravado. She was the holy maiden of the heavenly Yin cult, the Empress Dowager who was unparalleled in strategy, but she had been tricked by a junior. She had even watched her nephew, Nangong Long, the most talented disciple of the heavenly Yin cult, get killed by Yi Fei. Puff! After figuring out these key points, the Empress Dowager, who was laughing wildly, was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Then an infinitely terrifying, cold, killing intent appeared on her body. Zhao Yu, I'm very sorry. I really want to agree to your request, but this Yi Fei must die. He dared to trick me and even killed Nangong Long. That despicable ant. The Empress Dowager instantly appeared in front of Zhao Yu and pushed him with her hand. Zhao Yu's body had already stiffened. She stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. She could only watch as the Empress Dowager passed by her. Her 10 long fingernails formed a silver crescent moon and stabbed toward Yi Fei's head. Yi Fei's expression changed instantly. The Empress Dowager had seen through his bravado. Now, this old witch even wanted to kill him. Kill! Without any hesitation, Yi Fei raised his sword finger again. An astonishing sword radiance with the power to suppress heaven and earth pointed at the Empress Dowager's terrifying claws. Sky Destroyer sword, sky burying style. Boom! Heaven and earth were suppressed at this moment. The surrounding space was completely frozen. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Fei stopped in his tracks and rushed toward Zhao Yu with his golden rock wings. Zhao Yu, come with me. Yi Fei stretched out his hand toward Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu did not hesitate and stretched out her hand toward Yi Fei. Their hands were about to touch. As long as he caught Zhao Yu, Yi Fei would be able to use his golden rock wings to soar into the sky and quickly escape from the Imperial City. But at this moment, a cold voice with shocking killing intent appeared behind Yi Fei. The Empress Dowager was shocked. Then, her shock turned into intense, killing intent. The Emperor's sword technique. Yi Fei, you really surprised me. If you hadn't killed Nangong Long, I would have hoped that a talent like you could join the Sky Insect with you. Unfortunately, you ruined such an opportunity with your own hands. Boom! Boom! The sky shattered and 10 silver moons appeared in the sky. They carried with them a destructive force and continuously struck Yi Fei's body. Although Yi Fei had activated the War Demon's golden body in the moment of crisis, the rank 10 martial honorable realm was too terrifying. If the Empress Dowager wanted to, she could kill everyone present in a breath's time. No matter how strong Yi Fei's defense was, it was impossible for him to withstand the Empress Dowager's furious attack. The moment the Empress Dowager's golden body shattered, the 10 silver moons pierced through Yi Fei's body and left behind 10 deep holes in the ground. Yi Fei felt that his body was about to explode. His severely injured body was like a broken bag. He was slammed to the ground by the Empress Dowager and could no longer get up. Yi Fei! Zhao Yu screamed. She had seen Yi Fei's body being turned into a beehive by the Empress Dowager's silver moons with her own eyes. While her heart ached, Zhao Yu suddenly felt a great fear in her heart. She threw caution to the wind and roared at the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, if you kill Yi Fei, I, Zhao Yu, swear that no matter what, I will kill you. Then I will kill myself. You are very talented, but it's a pity that your taste is too poor. An ant like him is not worth your sadness. After I kill him, you will quickly forget about him after a period of time. Your future is bright, and you should not let an ant like him affect your martial heart. The Empress Dowager replied coldly. What an ant? Is it really that important to have a special body constitution? Do you think that the martial arts of the world belong to geniuses like you? I don't believe that. Old Master Jian, Senior Jing, I am sorry. I am afraid that I will not be able to spar with you anymore. Wangbai, I am sorry. I still do not have the ability to save Zhao Yu. Yi Fei's body was covered in blood. He could clearly feel that his life force was quickly draining away. This was the attack of a rank 10 martial honorable. If not for the undying sword soul in his body that could instantly recover and save Yi Fei's life, the Empress Dowager would probably only need one move to smash Yi Fei into pieces. You are still alive after taking a full blow from me." The Empress Dowager was extremely shocked. She could not believe that the ant in her eyes, Yi Fei, who had not even reached the martial honorable realm, could actually withstand her full blow. "I can still fight." Yi Fei looked at his broken body and then looked at the Empress Dowager's vicious eyes. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He was ready to completely activate the undying sword soul in his body. Even if he had to die, he would take the old witch down with him. "You are courting death. You are not even a martial honorable, and you want to be my opponent? What a joke." The Empress Dowager's eyes were dark. She knew that Yi Fei could be Zhao Yu's greatest obsession. She did not show any mercy and attacked viciously. Her 10 moons were like hooks, and they descended once again. "Kill." Sword intent surged. Yi Fei did not care about his severely injured body. He looked ferocious as he prepared to activate the power of the undying sword soul. However, before he could do so, suddenly, a terrifying force that could destroy the heavens and earth appeared on Yi Fei's body. A broken wooden token flew out from Yi Fei's body. A huge rune burned in the sky. Suddenly, it turned into a huge beast's palm. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge beast claw that stepped out from the void. "Beast roaming the world." A vague and majestic voice sounded from the void. The beast's body could not be seen in the void. Only a huge beast claw could be seen walking in the void. Chapter 320. The vow to destroy the heavenly insect. This scene deeply shocked Yi Fei. What was going on? Was it that the 10,000 instant talisman that Wang Bai had given him? How could it possess such a terrifying power? The beast's walk could destroy a city with a single step. Although the power of the wooden talisman was not as terrifying as the rumors said, everyone could feel the destructive power of the beast's paw. The Empress Dowager, who bore the brunt of the attack, was even more shocked. "What's going on? I have already calculated that there are no experts of the sacred area hiding nearby. What is this talisman? How could it possess such a great power?" Destruction of yin and yang. Sensing the terrifying power of the talisman, the Empress Dowager did not have time to deal the final blow to Yi Fei. She immediately gathered all her strength of the 10th layer martial highness realm into the talisman. A silver crescent moon appeared on the Empress Dowager's left hand, while a black demonic sun appeared on her right hand. The yin and yang forces intertwined with each other and collided with the giant beast's paw. Rumble. The beast's paw continued to descend at a steady pace. In an instant, the crescent moon and the demonic sun were shattered into pieces. At the same time, the Empress Dowager's protective barrier and half of her bones were shattered. How is this possible? The Empress Dowager vomited blood as her body was instantly smashed into the ground by the beast's paw. She could only rely on the blood sword in her hand to prevent herself from falling to the ground. Despite this, the Empress Dowager's noble image was reduced to a sorry state. Her cold gaze was replaced by fear, and her vicious expression was replaced by fear. The beast's paw in the air did not withdraw, but continued to descend at a steady pace. It was as if the person it wanted to kill was not a rank 10 martial honorable realm expert, but an ant on the side of the road while it was casually walking around. A martial emperor realm expert. No, this attack is even more terrifying than a martial emperor realm expert. Could it be a martial sacred? The Empress Dowager's voice trembled when she mentioned the martial sacred. Her gaze toward Yi Fei was filled with fear. "Phoenix Blood Sword, lend me a hand." At this critical moment, the Empress Dowager made the wisest decision in the blink of an eye. First, she instantly appeared beside Zhao Yu and grabbed Zhao Yu. At the same time, she sinisterly used Zhao Yu to bear this terrifying beast might with her. At the same time, the Empress Dowager raised the blood sword in her hand. The blood sword immediately released a boundless amount of blood light. In the end, it turned into a huge, illusory image of a chi dragon. It roared and rushed towards the huge beast palm in the sky, helping the Empress Dowager to temporarily block the speed of the beast palm. However, the Empress Dowager was still not satisfied. She stared at the phoenix blood sword with a look of surprise on her face. Why is the phoenix blood sword releasing dragon chi? Could it be because it absorbed too much dragon chi from suppressing the Zhao clan's dragon vein? The beast palm was blocked by the dragon chi, and the Empress Dowager cunningly held Zhao Yu hostage. A faint sigh came from the void. The huge beast palm slowly disappeared and suddenly turned into a golden beast mark. It flew towards Yi Fei and instantly pressed on Yi Fei's shoulder, forming a strange beast claw mark. The moment the mark was formed, an extremely terrifying strange energy instantly surged into Yi Fei's body. At the same time, Yi Fei's body crazily transformed. Yi Fei immediately felt his severely injured body on the brink of death rapidly recover. The speed was even more terrifying than the instantaneous recovery of the undying sword soul. After all, the instantaneous recovery of the undying sword soul required Yi Fei to use pills in advance to stimulate the black energy of the sword soul. However, it was different this time. Just a beast mark was able to heal Yi Fei's injuries and restore Yi Fei's peak strength. How was this possible? That is a true ancient beast mark. Yi Fei, consider yourself lucky this time. With the beast mark protecting your body, I will let you go. However, Nangong Long is my elder brother, the son of the Heavenly Yin cult's leader. Since you killed Nangong Long, the Heavenly Yin cult will use all of its strength to kill you. You are come with me. No, I won't go. I want to be with Yi Fei even if I die. Zhao Yu struggled violently, but the Empress Dowager only sneered. It's not up to you. From now on, you are the new saintess of the Heavenly Yin cult. You and Yi Fei will be enemies forever. The Empress Dowager grabbed Zhao Yu and quickly flew out of the palace. At the same time, Yi Fei made his move. He used the heaven-swallowing stance again. He wanted to tear the space apart to save Zhao Yu. However, the Empress Dowager only sneered. She waved the phoenix blood sword and a terrifying dragon aura roared. It knocked Yi Fei a few hundred meters away. If it wasn't for the beast mark protecting her body, the Empress Dowager's attack would have killed Yi Fei. It couldn't be helped. The difference between a half-step martial honorable and a rank 10 martial honorable was like heaven and earth. Empress Dowager, give me back my daughter. The emperor was enraged. When the Empress Dowager rushed out of the palace, he charged into the sky. However, the Empress Dowager only sneered in reply. Emperor, you are just a puppet that I have nurtured. Since you are my descendant, you can bring the Zhao family to the Heavenly Yin cult and seek protection if you think it through. After the Empress Dowager finished speaking, a 10,000-mile instant talisman appeared in her hand. She instantly opened a space gate with Zhao Yu and stepped into it. When Yi Fei saw the space gate, he was shocked. It was the same 10,000-mile instant talisman. Why didn't it have a space gate when he used it? It wasn't as complicated as the Empress Dowager's talisman. Wait, could it be that Wang Bai didn't give me the 10,000-mile instant talisman? Rumble. Before Yi Fei could think about it, a huge sword radiance flew across the sky and slashed at the Empress Dowager's space gate. The Empress Dowager sneered. Chasing life with a sword? Jingwu Shou? It seems that there are many people in the Taishan sacred ground who don't follow the rules. Yi Fei killed Nangong Long, and you came to stop me. It seems that the Heavenly Yin cult and the Taishan sacred ground have to reconsider the truce. Bam! The space gate closed before the sword radiance could reach it. The Empress Dowager and Zhao Yu's figures disappeared completely. The Emperor and the Old Mansion Master cried when they saw this. They had done everything they could, but in the end, they still couldn't save Zhao Yu. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If only I could be stronger. If only I could be a martial venerable. When Yi Fei saw Zhao Yu's sad eyes before he left, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was a pain that went deep into his bones. Yi Fei was in so much pain that he could only punch the ground and the hard rocks. It seemed that he could only vent the pain in his heart by hurting himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't even do that. The beast mark on his shoulder perfectly protected Yi Fei's body, so that he wouldn't be hurt at all. Yi Fei was filled with hatred. He hated the Heavenly Yin cult, but he hated himself even more. If I wasn't so weak, Why am I still so weak? I don't want to be weak. I want to be strong. I want to be stronger than everyone else. Only then will I have no regrets. Only then will I be able to protect the people I want to protect. I want to be strong. Yi Fei suddenly stood up. He wouldn't allow himself to be weak. A man had to be strong at all times. Chapter 3:21. Phoenix blood, sword the emperor, and the old mansion master walked over. They were shocked when they saw Yi Fei's appearance. Then, they felt a wave of sadness. The old mansion master comforted Yi Fei helplessly. Yi Fei, this is not your fault. You have done well, better than any of us. The emperor also said dejectedly, It is my fault. If I had been more decisive, you would not have been taken away by the heavenly insect. Sing Fei, I am sorry. I am sorry for our daughter. As he spoke, the emperor suddenly burst into tears. He cried so sadly that he did not even care about his dignity as an emperor. However, no one laughed at him. All the officials were frightened. Many of them wanted to cry. After all, when the immortals fought, the mortals would suffer. If the heavenly insect and the Taishan Holy Land fight in Zhao City, the whole of Zhao City may be destroyed. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. There were also a few loyal old officials who cried with the emperor. Jing Wushou was very impatient when he heard this. He pointed at the emperor and scolded. What are you crying for? Your daughter was only taken away, not killed. At worst, we can gather people and go to the heavenly Yin religion to rescue Zhao Yu. Hiss, send troops to attack the heavenly Yin sect. Jing Wushou's words scared the officials and generals present. They all kept quiet out of fear. The old officials who were weeping also stopped crying. They quickly squeezed into the crowd and stopped talking. Seeing this scene, Yi Fei also sighed. He did not blame these people. After all, they were the most ordinary warriors. Compared to the heavenly Yin sect, the difference was like an egg compared to a rock. After wiping the blood off his face, Yi Fei turned to the emperor and asked, Your Majesty, tell me the truth. What is the heavenly Yin sect's purpose in hiding in Zhao City? The emperor wiped his tears and smiled bitterly. This is the biggest secret of the Zhao clan. Our ancestors have decreed that even if the descendants of the Zhao clan are killed, this secret cannot be spread. However, Yi Fei, after seeing everything you've done for my daughter, I can tell you this secret. Come with me. The emperor waved his hand, indicating for Yi Fei to follow him to a place. Then, he looked at the surrounding officials and Yi Fei sternly and said, Other than Zhen and Yi Fei, no one else is allowed to follow. Yes, Your Majesty. Without a sound, dozens of royal ghost guard with ghost faces appeared around the palace. They were scattered all around, preventing anyone from following them. The reason being that the strength of these ghost guards was exactly the same as the Emperor, 10th layer martial ancestor realm. Dozens of martial arts Grandmaster realm experts from the imperial family were in the imperial palace. They were right under the nose of the Empress Dowager. Chapter 3:22. Don't want to lose it again. The emperor pointed at the floating, flaming sword. His expression was very complicated. This sword could have brought great hope to the rise of the Zhao clan. Unfortunately, the flames of the phoenix were too domineering. Ordinary mortals could not control it at all, even if it was just a sword stained with the blood of the phoenix. Yi Fei, you can try to control this sword now. Remember, don't force it. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll enrage this sword. The emperor stepped aside with a complicated look in his eyes. Even royal uncle Zhao Qianjun, the most talented man, couldn't control this sword. Yi Fei is our only hope. If he can't control the phoenix blood sword, I can only follow the secret method of my ancestors. I would rather destroy it than let it fall into the hands of the heavenly Yin cult. Yi Fei, everything depends on your luck. With the talent you have displayed, there should be a 30% chance of you being able to control this sword, the emperor said. Then, he silently retreated to the only safe place in the mystic realm. Hearing the emperor's words, Yi Fei's expression turned serious. Don't talk about a 30% chance. Even if there is less than a 10% chance, I will not give up. Yi Fei felt that he had lost too much. First, it was his father. Then it was his sister. Now it was Zhao Yu. He hated the feeling of loss and powerlessness. He wanted to become stronger now. The Phoenix blood sword in front of him was a good opportunity for him to become stronger. I must subdue the Phoenix blood sword because I do not want to lose it again. Yi Fei took a deep breath and walked towards the floating Phoenix blood sword. Whoosh! Sensing an unfamiliar aura approaching, the flames on the Phoenix blood sword suddenly surged like a tsunami. The raging flames burned the surroundings. The blazing air formed a whirlpool that swept towards Yi Fei. These were not ordinary flames. They were the flames that Yi Fei was most familiar with. There are so many divine flames here. Yi Fei was extremely surprised. When the emperor heard this, he smiled and said, "You're very surprised, right? Back then, Yura was just as surprised as you. I lied to her and said that I obtained the divine fire by chance. In fact, its source came from the Phoenix blood sword. The Phoenix blood sword is the source of the divine fire. Yi Fei, it's not too late for you to back down now. Retreat? Sorry, there is no retreat in my dictionary. The opportunity to become stronger is right in front of me. Even if I die, I won't regret it." Yi Fei continued forward, ignoring the divine flames around him. He didn't even bother to use his battle demon golden body. The strange beast mark on his body was already emitting a shocking pressure, causing the divine flames around him to scatter, as expected of an ancient beast mark. Unfortunately, this mark can only allow Yi Fei to avoid the divine fire's attack. It's still very difficult to subdue the Phoenix blood sword. Screech! Before the emperor could finish his words, he sensed that Yi Fei was not burned by the divine fire. The Phoenix blood sword was suddenly enraged like a phoenix. The sword shattered the void. Without anyone controlling it, the Phoenix blood sword had already executed a mysterious sword technique. With a sharp sword light, it slashed towards Yi Fei. It can actually use sword moves on its own. It seems to be an extremely powerful sword technique, as expected of a sacred artifact's embryo. However, I can feel your anger. You can also feel my anger. After grasping the heart illumination sword, Yi Fei could clearly distinguish the emotions in the sword chi. As a result, Yi Fei was also enraged. He raised his sword and pointed a finger at the Phoenix blood sword. When his finger collided with the blade, the crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard. Then, the sword chi whistled, and a power that could suppress heaven and earth burst forth from Yi Fei's finger. As it suppressed the Phoenix blood sword, Yi Fei's hand had already quickly grabbed the hilt of the Phoenix blood sword. Boom! The Phoenix blood sword suddenly exploded like an ancient divine phoenix that had been awakened from its slumber. Yi Fei felt that his heaven burial style had suddenly suffered a huge backlash. A terrifying sword light that was no weaker than the heaven's burial style was automatically unleashed by the Phoenix blood sword. As it shattered the suppression of the heaven's burial style, the Phoenix blood sword turned into a ball of astonishing flames and quickly fled from Yi Fei's side. How is this possible? My heaven burial style is actually ineffective. Yi Fei's face was filled with shock. If he was facing the Empress Dowager, a rank 10 martial honorable, it would be understandable that the heaven burial style was ineffective. Why was the Phoenix blood sword able to escape from the heaven burial style? It had even reversed and executed a strange sword move that was not weaker than the heaven burial style. Wait, a sword move that was not weaker than the heaven burial style? A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Fei's mind. Could it be that the move that the Phoenix blood sword had just executed was the third move of the Annihilation Sky sword, the heaven burning style? As for whether it was true or not, he would know once he tried it again. Heaven swallowing style. Yi Fei was ruthless. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the middle of his sword fingers and swallowed all the nearby flames. The Phoenix blood sword's furious emotions suddenly turned into fear. Boundless flames hurriedly formed a sword move in the shape of the character, burning towards Yi Fei's body. However, Yi Fei did not even look at it. Taking advantage of the moment when the Phoenix Bloodsword's body was exposed, another sword finger fiercely pierced out. The Heaven Swallowing style and Heaven Burial style were executed at the same time, suppressing the Phoenix Bloodsword until it could not move. Following that, the Phoenix Bloodsword's hilt was already in Yi Fei's hand. He actually managed to grab the Phoenix Bloodsword's body so quickly. However, Zhao Qianjun also managed to do this back then. After that, he was powerless. The true Phoenix Bloodsword is not that easy to subdue. After the Emperor recovered from his shock, his expression was still extremely grave. Boom! As if to prove Yi Fei's words, the Phoenix Bloodsword body that was grabbed suddenly seemed to be reborn from the flames of a phoenix. From the hilt to the sword's body, it turned into a raging flame that burned. The temperature of the flame was more than 100 times higher than the outer heaven divine fire that Yi Fei controlled. It was the true flames of a phoenix. Even the beast mark on his body showed signs of being unable to resist it. Yi Fei could clearly feel that the beast mark on his arrowhead was rapidly fading. If he was unable to control the Phoenix Bloodsword before the beast mark disappeared, there was a possibility that he would be burned alive by the Phoenix Bloodsword. However, Yi Fei did not have any intention of letting go. On the contrary, the more heaven-defying the Phoenix Bloodsword was, the happier he was. Very good. This Phoenix Bloodsword is indeed worthy of being a sacred artifact's embryo. Not only is its power astonishing, it also seems to be able to remember the original owner's sword moves. I just don't know if the indestructible sword soul in my body can subdue it. With a thought in his mind, Yi Fei had already awakened the indestructible sword soul. The indestructible sword soul instantly emitted a disdainful emotion, as if it was extremely dissatisfied with Yi Fei using it to subdue the Phoenix Bloodsword. Clang! With a lazy hum, the indestructible sword soul returned to silence and no longer paid any attention to Yi Fei's call. As for the Phoenix Bloodsword in Yi Fei's hand, when it heard the indestructible sword soul's hum, an extremely fearful emotion suddenly emitted from the Phoenix Bloodsword. Shua! The flames that filled the sky instantly disappeared, and the Phoenix Bloodsword obediently landed in Yi Fei's hand. There was even a faint, fawning emotion coming from the Phoenix Bloodsword. Yi Fei's expression became extremely strange. Chapter 323. Experience. He actually subdued the Phoenix Bloodsword so easily. Seeing the Phoenix Bloodsword obediently fall into Yi Fei's hands, the Emperor, who was still standing in the corner of the mystic realm, could not help but gape in shock. After all, the royal family of the Zhao Kingdom had guarded the Phoenix Bloodsword for hundreds of years and subdued it for hundreds of years. However, no one was able to successfully subdue the Phoenix Bloodsword. Sometimes, the Emperor even suspected that even his ancestor, Zhao Shunjian, was unable to subdue the sword. That was why he irresponsibly left it in the Zhao Kingdom, hoping that a descendant would be able to subdue it. Now, Yi Fei had actually subdued it so easily. While the Emperor was happy, he also felt a little depressed. Didn't this mean that the entire Zhao clan added together could not compare to Yi Fei alone? After subduing the Phoenix Bloodsword, Yi Fei did not have time to be happy. As he dripped his blood on it, he immediately calmed his mind and checked the secrets within the Phoenix Bloodsword. However, other than the endless flames, he did not find any clues about the Burning Heaven style. What's going on? Why are all the sword moves in the Phoenix Bloodsword gone? Yi Fei was very puzzled. The Emperor seemed to know something. He walked over and said, Zhao Qianjun once researched this problem. In the end, he deduced that the sword moves in the Phoenix Bloodsword's memories should be part of the spiritual imprint left behind by the previous owner. Once it recognizes a new owner, the imprint will disappear. I see. The previous owner of the Phoenix Bloodsword was Zhao Shunjian. Could it be that Zhao Shunjian once grasped the Burning Heaven style? The more Yi Fei thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He immediately looked hopefully at the Emperor and asked, Your Majesty, does your Zhao clan have records of the Burning Heaven style? Burning Heaven style? My ancestor did not pass down many sword techniques. There are no fire-type sword techniques. However, my ancestor came from the main Zhao clan. The sword techniques in the Phoenix Blood Sword's memories are very likely passed down from the main Zhao clan, the emperor said after some thought. After the explanation, Yi Fei found out that the Zhao clan did not rise from the Zhao clan, but had migrated from a very powerful clan. Otherwise, there would not have been such a peerless monster like Zhao Xinjian. Upon understanding this, Yi Fei realized that obtaining the Phoenix Blood Sword didn't mean that he would be able to obtain the Buried Heaven style. Looks like I'll have to go to the Zhao clan, if I have the time, and inquire about the whereabouts of the Burning Heaven style. Yi Fei secretly made up his mind. Seeing that Yi Fei had successfully subdued the Phoenix Blood Sword, the emperor brought Yi Fei out of the secret space. He looked deeply at Yi Fei and said, "Yi Fei, treasure this sword well. Don't let it fall into the hands of the Heavenly Yin cult. Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as the person is here, the sword will be here. It's just that I have nothing to repay you for giving me such a valuable gift." After saying this, Yi Fei couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. How precious was the embryo of a sacred artifact? Anyone who had such a weapon could fight against a sacred master, but the emperor had chosen to give it to Yi Fei. As if understanding Yi Fei's feelings, the emperor smiled faintly and said with deep meaning, "It's yours, so it's yours in the end. Actually, giving you the Phoenix Blood Sword was partly out of helplessness and partly out of selfishness. Yi Fei, promise me that no matter what method you use, you must destroy the Heavenly Yin cult and rescue your. Rest assured, Your Majesty, as long as I don't die, I will definitely rescue Zhao Yu. I can swear on my life." Yi Fei's expression was solemn. Not to mention his friendship with Zhao Yu, just this Phoenix Blood Sword was enough for him to complete the emperor's task. After looking deeply at Yi Fei, the emperor smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to swear. I believe you. Now, hurry and leave. If the Heavenly Yin cult finds out that the Phoenix Blood Sword is in your hands, they will definitely not let you off. If I leave, what will happen to you, Your Majesty?" Yi Fei was a bit worried. After all, this person was Zhao Yu's father. Yi Fei couldn't bear to see him fall into danger. Understanding Yi Fei's worry, the emperor laughed even more heartily. "Haha, you really didn't choose the wrong person. You don't have to worry about the Zhao clan. That old, which married the Zhao clan, and my daughter was forced to join the Heavenly Yin cult. No matter how ruthless the Heavenly Yin cult is, they won't harm me. However, Yi Fei, you must be careful and take care of yourself. Your Majesty, the same goes for you. Take care." Yi Fei understood that the emperor was speaking the truth. Now that he had ignored Nan Ruofeng's order and rushed out of the Holy Land, he had committed a great crime. He had also killed Nan Gonglong in the Imperial City and had greatly angered the Heavenly Yin cult. If the Heavenly Yin cult attacked him now, the Holy Land would definitely not help him. It seems like I can't go back to the Holy Land. The only thing I can do now is to escape as far as I can. When I've increased my strength, I'll come back and look for Nan Ruofeng and the Heavenly Yin cult to settle this once and for all. In the end, Yi Fei nodded at the emperor. He spread his golden wings and flew out of the imperial palace with the Phoenix Blood Sword. The old mansion master and Jing Wushou were waiting outside the imperial palace. When they saw Yi Fei come out, they quickly went up to him. Looking at the old mansion master who was seriously injured but still insisted on waiting for him, and thinking about Zhao Yu who had been captured and forced to become the saintess of the Heavenly Yin cult, Yi Fei felt a wave of pain in his heart. Then, Yi Fei looked at Jing Wushou and said apologetically, "Senior brother Jing, I'm sorry. I've implicated Sword Peak this time. If you treat me as your senior brother, don't say sorry. You and Zhao Yu are my junior brothers and sisters. It's only right that I protect you. Unfortunately, we're still too weak." Jing Wushou sighed and felt helpless. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Yi Fei seriously. "Yi Fei, Master said that you can't go back to the Holy Land. Once you go back, Nan Ruofeng will definitely target you. What do you plan to do now?" Yi Fei sneered when he heard that a holy land that sacrificed its disciples' happiness in exchange for a peaceful life. Even if they beg me to go back, I won't go back. This year, I'll try my best to train and break through to Martial King. Then, a year later, I'll fight with Nan Ruofen. I'll also rescue Zhao Yu from the Heavenly Yin cult. Although the emperor had said that he was not allowed to swear, Yi Fei would never forget that Zhao Yu had sacrificed herself in exchange for the Phoenix Blood Sword. Then, he had the responsibility to rescue Zhao Yu. Train? Jing Wushou was stunned when he heard this. Then, he nodded and said, "It's good to go out and train. A cultivator can only grow the fastest in battle." "That's right. Where have you decided to train?" "I want to go to the Sea of Constellations." Yi Fei enunciated each word clearly. He might not be able to destroy the Heavenly Yin cult alone, but if he could rescue the Demon Emperor with the Demon Emperor's strength, destroying a holy land would be a matter of one hand. What? The Sea of Constellations? Junior brother Yi, you've really decided to go there? Jing Wushou was shocked. Chapter 3:24. Fury. Jing Wushou's expression was solemn as he recalled. The Sea of Constellations is the most terrifying place among the 18 nations of the Northern Sea. It is said that there was once a great battle between two peerless sovereigns, causing stars to fall from the sky. In the end, it turned into a sea of stars. There are also legends that it was once the location of the ancient sect, the Constellation sect. Countless treasures of the ancient sect are hidden there. The sovereign who fought in the Sea of Constellations should be the Demon Emperor. However, there is actually an ancient sect in the Sea of Constellations. Could it be that the Demon Emperor fought with the enemy and destroyed the ancient sect? Yi Fei's expression was strange. He understood that Jing Wushou was telling him all this to remind him of how dangerous the Sea of Constellations was. However, no matter how dangerous it was, he had to go to the Sea of Constellations. This was not only to save Zhao Yu, but also to fulfill Yi Fei's promise to the Demon Emperor. Senior brother Jing, please tell me where the Sea of Constellations is. Yi Fei looked at Jing Wushou with determination. Jing Wushou sighed silently. He could not stop Yi Fei. Yi Fei, you killed Nan Gonglong and have thoroughly offended the Heavenly Yin cult. Now that Nan Ruofen is in charge of the sacred grounds, the sacred grounds will not provide you with any help. Perhaps escaping into the Sea of Constellations is still a good idea. Jing Wushou nodded at Yi Fei, then threw a map to Yi Fei. This is the route to the Sea of Constellations. 7 years ago, when I obtained first place in the Mountain River list, I went there. Unfortunately, I only managed to get close to the periphery. I almost died there. Yi Fei, if you want to go, I will not stop you. However, you better be careful. Jing Wushou looked at Yi Fei with a serious expression. The old manor head who was standing at the side, listening, was so frightened that his face turned pale. He quickly advised, Yi Fei, even an expert like Senior Jing almost died there. You're only a half-step martial paragon. How can you enter such a dangerous place? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your family, Yi. The reason the old manor head mentioned the family Yi was to prevent Yi Fei from entering the Sea of Constellations. Yi Fei naturally understood that the old manor head was worried about him. However, the words of the old mansion master and Jing Wushou still made Yi Fei's expression turn grave. That's right. If I head to the Sea of Constellations, what will happen to my family, Yi? Even though he didn't have any feelings for most of the people in the family Yi and even hated them very much, in the end, there were still 1 or 2 people in the family Yi who were worthy of Yi Fei's life to protect. Human. For example, Yi Jian and Yi Shanshan, who was still far away in the Star Moon Holy Land. These were all his closest relatives. The Nan Gonglong I killed was the son of the sect master of the Heavenly Yin cult. He was also the expert ranked first on the Yin Demon leaderboard. Based on the Empress Dowager's tone, the Heavenly Yin cult will definitely not let me go. It doesn't matter if I head to the Sea of Constellations myself, but I have to think of a way to prevent my family Yi from being implicated as well. However, Yifei once again fell into deep thought about how to settle his family Yi. Seeing Yifei's troubled expression, Jing Wushou hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to suggest, "Why don't you let your family Yi temporarily take refuge in the Sword Peak? Master, and I can take care of them." "No, I've already caused too much trouble for the Sword Peak during this period of time. I can't be a burden to the Sword Peak anymore. Furthermore, I don't feel at ease leaving my family under Nan Ruofeng's watch." Yifei bluntly expressed his worries. He didn't need to beat around the bush when it came to Jing Wushou. Yifei trusted Jing Wushou, just as Jing Wushou trusted him. Hearing this, Jing Wushou didn't insist. He only frowned and said, "I can understand that you don't want your family Yi to enter the sacred ground and be controlled by Nan Ruofeng. However, I really can't think of a safer place than the Sword Peak." "A safer place? Why didn't I think of that? Haha, I'm so stupid. Thank you, senior brother, for your reminder. I've already thought of how to settle my family Yi." Yifei's eyes suddenly brightened. Jing Wushou's words finally reminded Yifei that there was actually a safer place than the Sword Peak. Thus, Yifei bid farewell to Jing Wushou and said, "Senior brother Jing, thank you for this time. However, it's best if you return to the sacred ground. Don't be implicated by me. While you're at it, help me thank the old Master Jian. Help me tell the old Master Jian that I will definitely return to the sacred ground in a year's time and fight Nan Ruofeng. Also, thank him for the 10,000-mile instant talisman that Wang Bai gave me. This talisman saved my life." Yifei stroked the dim, ancient beast mark on his shoulder. His heart was filled with gratitude. Hearing this, Jing Wushou was stunned. "What 10,000-mile instant talisman? How can I not know that the Sword Peak has such a thing? Also, didn't Wang Bai ask for leave from the outer sect and return home after you entered the Sword Peak?" Yifei was even more shocked. Wang Bai left the sacred ground a month ago. Then, the 10,000-mile instant talisman wasn't given to me by Elder Sword Maniac? At this moment, a huge doubt arose in Yifei's heart. The 10,000-mile instant talisman that Wang Bai gave him was really too powerful. Not only was there a hidden realm gate that could cross thousands of miles, but there was also a terrifying ancient beast mark. It was also the 10,000-mile instant talisman. When the Empress Dowager used it, there was nothing but a realm gate. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Yifei even thought of the sword steel and the black brick that hid the heaven burial style. He had only noticed them after Wang Bai reminded him. Yifei didn't have time to think about it in the past. However, now that he thought about it carefully, Yifei realized how mysterious Wang Bai was. He was definitely not as simple as an ordinary outer sect disciple. "Wang Bai, who exactly are you? Why did you approach me and help me constantly?" Yifei muttered to himself as he looked at the distant sky. Yifei definitely didn't know that on a mountain peak hundreds of thousands of miles away, Wang Bai's snow-white robe was stepping into the void. As if he had heard Yifei's words, Wang Bai's 4 eyebrows twitched out of habit. "I came out to play out of interest and make a good brother. Yifei, I look forward to the moment you grow up." Rumble. With a wave of his hand, the void in front of him and the huge mountain range in front of him shattered. Along with Wang Bai's figure, everything turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth as if they had never existed. Bang! 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 The Empress Dowager, who had returned to the Heavenly Ean sect, was also angrily smashing everything in front of her. The reason was naturally the Phoenix blood sword in her hand. She had spent a total of 200 years to obtain the most precious treasure of the Zhao clan. Originally, she had come back excitedly, full of joy. Even if she couldn't break through to the martial saint realm with the Phoenix blood sword, she could at least reach the level of Wu Jun. Above the martial king realm was the martial saint realm. However, it was different from the 10th layer martial king realm. There were 12 layers in the martial saint realm. The first 10 layers were the foundation. Only after breaking through the 11th layer could one reach the half-saint realm. Only after breaking through the 12th layer could one truly transcend mortality and become a martial saint. Therefore, when the ancient sects had disappeared one after another, and a large number of cultivation methods and martial skills were incomplete. The warriors of the current era separated the first 10 layers of the martial saint realm and created the realm of Wujun. The reason why the Empress Dowager was willing to marry and rather be imprisoned in the Zhao kingdom for 200 years than move a single step was to find the Phoenix Blood Sword. She wanted to use the power of the Phoenix Blood Sword to skip the Martial King realm and directly enter the 12th layer of the Martial Saint realm, which was Wujun's realm. However, the reality slapped the Empress Dowager hard in the face. The Empress Dowager was stunned and exasperated. Chapter 325. The Hunt. It's fake, it's fake. I've been fooled by my son and grandson for 200 years. H. The anger of a woman was terrifying, especially when she was a 10th layer martial highness. Her destructive power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth, causing many disciples of the Heavenly Een sect to tremble in fear. However, compared to the Empress Dowager's anger, the Heavenly Een sect had another serious matter to deal with, which was Nangong Long's death. Although the patriarch of the Heavenly Een sect had many children, Nangong Long was definitely the most outstanding among them. His talent and potential were 1 in a million in the Heavenly Een sect. However, such a genius, the number 1 expert of the Een Demon ranking, had been killed by Yi Fei. This was a great humiliation for the Heavenly Een sect. What should we do? Should we report this to the patriarch? Of course we should, and we must do it quickly. If we hide anything, the patriarch will surely vent his anger on us. But the patriarch is still in seclusion. It's the crucial moment for him to reach the 12th layer martial sacred realm. We don't have time to think about it. Not only is Nangong Long the son of the patriarch, he is also the most talented genius of the Heavenly Een sect. His future achievements will surely surpass Nan Ruofeng of the Taishian sacred land. How dare Yi Fei kill him? I'll report this to the patriarch. It's best if we start a war with the Taishian sacred land and let the Heavenly Een sect dominate the 18 countries of the North Sea. The last person to speak was a Golden Bone envoy. In the Heavenly Een sect, there were no elders. Those above the disciple level were the envoys and martial highnesses. The envoys were divided into white bones, silver bones, and golden bones. Normally, only martial emperors were qualified to be Golden Bone envoys. This showed how great the impact of Nangong Long's death was on the Heavenly Een sect. The Golden Bone envoy immediately gathered his courage and delivered the news to a pitch-black underground palace where the patriarch was still in seclusion. When the news was delivered, it was silent. Suddenly, the underground palace began to tremble, and a formless black cloud instantly covered the entire Heavenly Een sect's small world. Bang! In the end, even a miniature world began to tremble violently as cracks appeared. The dozen or so emissaries of different levels that had gathered, including the emissary of Golden Bones, were all blown out of the miniature world as if they had been struck by lightning. They vomited blood. A bunch of trash. You can't even protect my son. What use do I have for you? Pass down my orders. From today onwards, send out all the experts of the sect to hunt down Yi Fei. If you can't kill this ant, you can bring your heads to me. The Dark Sky Hierarch's furious voice came from the underground palace. It was deep and terrifying, like the roar of a terrifying monster. All the disciples who were still in the small world knelt on the ground in fear. They looked at the deepest part of the underground palace with fear. Chapter 326. The bloody battle outside the city. No one objected to Yi Fei's order. In the world of martial artists, strength was everything. Although Yi Fei was a junior, he was a half-step martial honorable. After killing Nangong Long, Yi Fei naturally replaced the old mansion master and became the strongest pillar of the family Yi in Tianyan Wufu. Yi Fei, tell me honestly, what's in the demon's ceiling tower? While everyone was busy transporting large amounts of resources into the demon's ceiling tower, the old mansion master looked for Yi Fei and asked him a question that had been on his mind for a long time. Chun Chong Feng, Yi Jian, and the others couldn't help but stretch their ears. They were really curious. Why could Yi Fei casually enter the demon ceiling tower, which was said to be a place of no return? It was like his backyard. Ha ha ha, what's in the demon ceiling tower? There's nothing in there except for a suppressed emperor. At the same time, he's also my master. Yi Fei laughed loudly. In the past, he was weak and didn't dare to reveal this information. Now that he was about to leave, and the family Yi and Tianyan Wufu were about to enter the demon ceiling tower to seek refuge, not only would Yi Fei not be in trouble, but he would also be able to reassure everyone. What? An emperor? He's also Yi Fei's master. Sure enough, the moment Yi Fei's words left his mouth, other than Feng Xinyang and Bai Ling, everyone was shocked. Then, a huge excitement appeared on everyone's faces. If it was said that everyone was nervous when they heard that they were going to enter the Devil's Ceiling Tower, then now, everyone wanted to rush in immediately. Standing in the sky, Yi Fei saw the people from Wu Province and family Yi pouring into the Demon Ceiling Tower like a tide. He couldn't help but smile. Heavenly Yin Cult, you definitely didn't expect me to have this trick up my sleeve. As long as the family Yi is fine, I have all the time in the world to deal with you. Palace Master, I'm leaving. Fourth Mother, take good care of everyone once we enter the Devil Ceiling Pagoda. Yi Fei nodded towards Old Palace Master and Feng Xinyang. Sister Bai Ling, take these and cultivate well. If Master wakes up in there, please tell him that I've already left for the Sea of Constellations. Suddenly, Yi Fei came to Bai Ling's side. He took out a handful of sky-level pills and gave them to Bai Ling. Yi Fei was very grateful to this senior martial sister who had taken good care of him ever since he entered Wu Province. Zhuanglinga, you too. I have high hope for you and the family Yi. Don't disappoint me. Yi Fei nodded at Zhuanglinga, who was standing beside Bai Ling. Without another word, Yi Fei spread his golden rock wings and transformed into a ball of golden light as he soared into the sky. Big Brother Yi, I won't disappoint you. Zhuanglinga shouted towards the sky. Then, she began to cry and mumbled to herself. Why? He's willing to give up his life for Princess Xiaoyu. Why won't he say a single word to me? Sigh. Bai Ling looked at Zhuanglinga, who was still secretly in love with Yi Fei, and sighed helplessly. Even though she knew that it was impossible between Zhuanglinga and Yi Fei, Bai Ling didn't stop Zhuanglinga from having such a one-sided love. This was a stage that every young girl would go through. Zhuanglinga would only be able to grow after experiencing it, experiencing pain and letting go. Sigh. In the sky, Yi Fei was also rubbing his aching head. How could he not see Zhuanglinga's feelings for him? But Zhuanglinga wasn't his type. It's all that old bastard Yi Buffon's fault. He tricked his daughter into coming back for a blind date. But in the end, he made such a mistake. I hope Zhuanglinga can get over it in the future. Yi Fei landed on the city walls of Sky Fortune City in a bad mood. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down cross-legged as if he was waiting for something. It was around an hour after Sky Fortune City had become an empty city. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from outside the city. Dozens of experts on the Heavenly Yin Cult's Yin Demon ranking rushed over. Family Yi, Tianyan Wufu, get out here and die. Cult Master has ordered that Yi Fei has killed Nangong Long. This is a great crime. Today, we will bathe Tianyan Wufu and Family Yi in blood. We will kill everyone in Sky Fortune City. The Heavenly Yin Cult's reaction was very fast. They not only sent out a large group of bone messengers to madly search for Yi Fei's whereabouts. At the same time, many disciples on the Yin Demon ranking also received a mission to kill the entire family, Yi and Tianyan Wufu, to accompany Nangong Long in death. Seeing these disciples of the Heavenly Yin sect rushing over to kill people without any scruples, Yi Fei's eyes became bloodshot. It was as if he could see the miserable look in Zhao Yu's eyes before he was taken away. Yi Fei's heart suddenly felt like it was being pierced by needles. Roar! Yi Fei, who was in pain, couldn't help but roar like a wild beast. His eyes were red as he rushed towards the Yin Demon ranking experts with his fastest speed. Kill! Terrifying fist shadows covered everyone present. Yi Fei's heart was in pain, but Yi Fei's killing intent was burning like flames. Who is it? Is he an elder of Tianyan Wufu? No, he's not from Wu province. He's Yi Fei, the Yi Fei who killed Nangong Long. Bang! Blood splattered in the sky. These demon ranking experts thought that this mission would be easy. They didn't expect that Yi Fei would be so bold. After killing Nangong Long, not only did he not run away in fear or run back to the Taishan Holy Land to seek refuge, he even waited here for them. The dozens of demon ranking experts were all frightened. They frantically retreated and huddled together, trying to resist Yi Fei's attack. However, the power of the 7-kill fist was too strong. Yi Fei's current realm was not something these experts on the demon list could contend against. One step, one kill. Yi Fei didn't even bother to take out his sword. The 7-kill fist was filled with boundless killing intent and anger. In just a few dozen breaths, he had already killed all the experts on the demon list. Only an ordinary-looking female disciple was lucky to escape, but she was also frightened. She looked at Yi Fei in horror, crying and begging, "Spare my life, spare my life." Looking at Yi Fei's frightening blood-red eyes, the female disciple hugged her body even more tightly, afraid that Yi Fei would do something beastly. "Get out. You're lucky. I'm not in the mood to kill women today. Go back and tell Xiao Yu to take care of herself. I'll take her away soon." After that, Yi Fei turned around and left. He didn't want to waste time here. The female disciple also felt lucky that she had escaped. At this moment, bang! The female disciple's body suddenly swelled without any sign. The bodies of the heavenly sect disciples on the ground also swelled without any sign. "Emissary, no!" The female disciple screamed in horror. Her body suddenly exploded. The bodies of the heavenly sect disciples around Yi Fei also exploded. Chapter 3:27. Mountains of Bones. The revenge of the heavenly sect was beyond imagination. Apart from the dozens of experts on the demon ranking, they all came to attack. Behind them, there were even 10 first-layer martial honorable white bone messengers leading the team to guard. Yi Fei did not expect this. From this, it could be seen that Yi Fei's action of killing Nangong Long had caused a huge shock to the heavenly sect. It was the first time since the establishment of the heavenly sect that the 10 white bone messengers worked together to kill a junior. Of course, this was not the full strength of the heavenly cult. More bone emissaries had already rushed to the imperial city of Zhao. They would dig 3 feet into the ground to find the real Phoenix blood sword that had been swapped by the Zhao clan. Because most of their attention was on the Phoenix blood sword, the 10 white bone messengers were a little late. When they arrived, they discovered that the experts on the demon ranking that they had sent earlier were all killed by Yi Fei. They were all furious. Damn it, this Yi Fei is truly as audacious as the rumors say. He actually intentionally waited here and even killed 10s of our elite disciples. He's just an ordinary elite disciple. As long as he's not one of the top 10 experts on the demon ranking, he's not worth our attention. It's better that the kid is here. The sect leader said that whoever can kill Yi Fei, no matter how strong they are, will immediately be promoted to Golden Bone Messengers. Kill. This kid was hit by our corpse explosion technique. He's probably half dead. Now's the best time to kill him. One of the most impulsive white bone messengers, relying on his strength and seniority, rushed into the poisonous and corrosive blood mist without waiting for the others to act. He wanted to kill Yi Fei, who was heavily injured by the corpse explosion technique. Boom! Just as the white bone messengers rushed into the blood mist, a golden palm suddenly stretched out and turned into a golden iron fist. With killing intent and anger, it fiercely smashed into the white bone messenger's face. The other white bone messengers heard the sound of their heads exploding. Yi Fei slowly walked out of the blood mist. His body emitted a dazzling golden light, like an ancient war demon. He ignored the poisonous and corrosive blood mist and instantly exploded the head of a white bone messenger's. Hiss! The remaining 9 bone messengers could not help but gasp. His level 1 martial honored realm companion could not even withstand a single punch from Yifei, as expected of the person who managed to kill Nangong Long. Not only does this kid possess astonishing strength, his defense is also extremely abnormal. Oomph. It's even better if one of them dies. That's one less person to share the credit with. Don't be careless. Since this kid was able to kill Nangong Long, he must have a powerful martial skill. Let's attack together and dismember his corpse. We'll bring it back and present it to the sect leader. Kill! 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 Yifei did not retreat. Killing one bone emissary was not enough. He wanted to kill even more, and even more ruthlessly. Only then would he be able to forget the inexplicable pain in his heart. 7 kills through the sky. The terrifying 7 murderous fist was unleashed to the extreme in Yifei's hands. Faintly, the 7 shadows of the fists merged together and formed a fist intent, causing the faces of all the bone messengers to change. How is this possible? That's only the embryonic form of fist intent. According to the rumors, isn't this Yifei's strongest martial skill sword intent? After comprehending sword intent, this kid is still able to comprehend fist intent in the midst of a massacre. His comprehension is insane. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill him. I have a feeling that with this kid's comprehension, once he grows stronger, he will become a great enemy of our Heavenly Ean's sect. After witnessing Yifei's terrifying fist technique and his defense, none of the white bone messengers stood a chance against Yifei in a one-on-one battle. After recovering from the shock, the 9 white bone messengers immediately unleashed a terrifying murderous intent and demonic aura from their bodies. Heavenly Demon Kill. Bone Demon Mystical Een Pierce. Corpse Explosion. Blood Magic Art. The 9 white bone messengers unleashed 9 terrifying Heavenly Een sect martial skills at Yifei at the same time. This kind of attack was enough to make any martial saint expert's expression change and force them to retreat. Roar! Yifei roared as he took large strides forward like an enraged war demon. Heavenly Een sect, I don't hate you for humiliating me or killing me. However, you shouldn't have captured my companions. You shouldn't have threatened my family. The wrath of an ant can shake mountains. The wrath of Yifei, can destroy the heavens and earth. Raging fist slaughter. At this moment, Yifei seemed to have comprehended something. He suddenly merged his anger and murderous intent into the 7 slaughtering fist. The 7 slaughtering fist that was filled with murderous intent seemed to have its own will. The fist shattered the void and destroyed the stars. It pierced through the chest of the weakest white bone messengers. 10%. Fist intent. The heavily injured white bone messengers were in disbelief. The instant Yifei comprehended fist intent, he skipped the fist intent seed stage and condensed the slaughtering fist that was filled with murderous intent. Unfortunately, this was still not enough. There were a total of 9 white bone messengers present. After Yifei killed one, there were still 8 of them. They didn't care about the deaths of their companions. In fact, they wanted as many of their companions to die as possible. That way, when they killed Yifei in the end, they would get a bigger share of the credit. Kill. Prepare to die. Yifei, today is the day you die. The 8 white bone messengers, 8 martial venerables, attacked at the same time. The terrifying power shattered the space in front of Yifei. Yifei couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Just the aura of the 8 white bone messengers alone was enough to make Yifei vomit blood. His golden body was shattered. However, Yifei didn't retreat. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. The distance between us is close enough. The 8 white bone messengers suddenly felt a great sense of danger from Yifei's body. Their faces all became fearful. Some of them were quick-witted and wanted to retreat. There were also some who were ferocious and didn't want to miss the opportunity to kill Yifei. At this moment, Yifei moved. A blood sword burning with raging flames suddenly appeared in his hand. The blood-like sword light burned the world. Yi Fei held the wind blood sword in his hand and condensed it into a huge sword shadow in the shape of a ring of fire. 50% sword intent swept out. Poo 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 poo. Poo 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 poo. Blood splattered everywhere. The sword shattered the sky. The power of the phoenix blood sword wasn't something that these ordinary white bone messengers could withstand. There was only one outcome if they tried to block it. Their bodies would be instantly cut in half by the phoenix blood sword. What is this sword? The 8 white bone messengers were all horrified. They looked at the terrifying blood sword that easily pierced through their protective chi and their bodies. Yi Fei coldly withdrew his sword and seriously wiped the blood off the blade. He said, "The embryo of sacred artifact, the phoenix blood sword. It is also something that your heavenly Yin cult has always wanted. Today, I will use your blood and your bones to show the heavenly Yin cult what it means to not offend the might of a sword. What it means to show the wrath of an ant that can overturn the heavens." Pooh! With another sweep of the sword, the snow-white sword light had already beheaded the 8 bone messengers of the heavenly Yin cult. Human heads rolled down and landed on the ground, forming a terrifying pyramid of human heads. Chapter 328. Reactions from all sides. Heavenly Fortune City. I'm leaving. But soon, Yi Fei, will return. After taking one last look at Tianyan Wufu and the Demon Ceiling Pagoda in Wu Province, Yi Fei finally withdrew his gaze. With a resolute expression, he opened the map that Jing Wushou had given him. This was the map to the Sea of Constellations. The Sea of Constellations was the most dangerous area in the 18 nations of the North Sea. It was once the base of an ancient sect, the Constellation sect. It was also the battlefield of peerless sovereigns. Now, the shattered primordial spirit of the Devil Emperor was hidden there, as well as the true spirit devouring sword. I wonder which sword is stronger, the spirit devouring sword or the phoenix blood sword. Yi Fei was looking forward to it. As if sensing Yi Fei's thoughts, the phoenix blood sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if proud and dissatisfied. Whoosh! Just as Yi Fei left Heavenly Fortune City and began his journey to the Sea of Constellations, the heavenly Yin cult finally felt that something was amiss after not receiving any reports from the family Yi for a long time. A total of 20 bone messengers rushed towards Sky Fortune City from the distance, their faces gloomy and cold. In the end, all they saw was an empty and deserted city. No one knew where the people of Tianyan Wufu and the family Yi had gone. These bone emissaries would never believe that Yi Fei would dare to send everyone into the Demon Ceiling Pagoda, a place that even the Holy Lands didn't dare to casually touch. Similarly, the bone emissaries of the heavenly Yin cult were no exception. They looked at the Demon Ceiling Pagoda from afar. In the end, they resisted the urge to destroy the entire Tianyan Wufu and quickly distanced themselves from the Demon Ceiling Pagoda with reverence. Hey, what's that over there? It reeks of blood. A bone emissary with a keen sense of smell finally smelled the strong stench of blood coming from the other side of the city. Around the city walls stood many blood crows. Their eyes and feathers were blood red, and they looked like they had eaten their fill. Even before they approached, they felt a chill run down their spines. When this group of bone emissaries really got close, they couldn't help but gasp. Even though they were ferocious, many of them couldn't help but want to vomit. The 10 missing white bone emissaries and more than 30 elite disciples of the Yin Demon leaderboard were finally discovered. However, they had all turned into piles of white bones. The heads of the 10 bone messengers were piled up like a pagoda. The blood crows stood at the top and laughed coldly. And around the flock of blood crows, there were words written with white bones. Vow to destroy the heavenly Yin cult. Such ruthless methods, such strong resentment. What kind of terrifying opponent did our heavenly Yin cult provoke? 10 white bone emissaries and dozens of Yin demon ranking elites were all killed by Yi Fei. This kid deserves to be killed. It seems like we need to deploy more envoys to hunt down this Yifei. We can't let him return to the Holy Land and the Sword Peak." Then, the white-bone emissaries suppressed their disgust and started to collect the corpses. However, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, especially the words written by Yifei. It was like a mountain that suppressed these martial honorables and made it hard for them to breathe. On the other side, the torrential river was like a long dragon that spanned across the entire Zhao kingdom. It separated the Zhao kingdom from its neighboring countries. Behind it were mountains, and in front of it was an endless river. It formed a natural barrier that protected the Zhao kingdom. On this day, a group of powerful martial artists brought some old, weak women and children on a boat. They were prepared to cross the endless river and head to a new world. The emperor of Zhao kingdom stood in this group with his hand on his sword. He looked at the Zhao kingdom and the imperial city with a complicated expression. At this time, a eunuch rode a strange bird and descended from the sky. "Your Majesty, the heavenly Yin cult has already taken over the imperial city, and everyone has surrendered. Your Majesty, please make a decision." "Lu Chun, get up. I am no longer the emperor. From today onwards, the Zhao family is no longer the imperial family. You're no longer a subject. You can go and live the life you want." The emperor looked at Lu Chun with a complicated expression. Lu Chun knelt down respectfully beside the emperor and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty will always be the emperor. It doesn't matter if his country is destroyed or if he has the throne." The emperor nodded and did not say anything else. He only used his strength to help up this old subject who used to be his life and death brother. "Brother, these past 30 years have been hard on you. I swear that as soon as I return to the main clan, I will help you get the spirit medicine to heal your body, even if I have to kneel down and beg for it." The emperor's words were very serious. The imperial family experts who were guarding the area hesitated. Finally, the most senior person in the imperial family stepped forward and asked the emperor, "Your Majesty, are we really going back to the main family? If we don't go back, are we going to stay in Zhao City and wait for death? I've already cut off the imperial family's dragon vein and handed the phoenix blood sword to Yifei. If we don't escape with you, once that old witch catches up with us, all of you will die except for me." But ever since our ancestor Zhao Shanjian swore to leave the main family and establish his own faction, we have not contacted the main family for over 1,000 years. If we go back now and live under someone else's roof, what if the main family doesn't take us in? Someone said with a worried expression. The emperor shook his head with a firm expression. "That will not happen. We are not in dire straits. Don't forget that Zhao Shanjian and Zhao Qianjun came from our branch. This is our glory." Zhao Qianjun. The emperor's words caused many people to have complicated expressions. Many people subconsciously touched the ghost eye masks on their faces. "What about Yifei? What should we do with Yifei? Your Majesty, should we spread the news that Yifei obtained the Phoenix Blood Sword? That way, the Heavenly Yin cult will stop hunting us down," Lu Chun suddenly suggested. "Yifei." The emperor's gaze was perplexed. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the imperial city. He sighed and shook his head. "He is loyal to my daughter. I cannot let him down. Pass down the order to cross the river. Yifei, this is all I can do. The rest will depend on you." Nan Ruofeng. The Heavenly Yin cult has sent news that they have officially conquered the Zhao kingdom and appointed a new emperor. Is this the revival of the Holy Land you mentioned? Also, Yifei is being hunted down, and Zhao Yu has been forced to join the Heavenly Yin cult and become their saintess. Is this the plan of your direct disciple to revive the Holy Land? When Jing Wushou returned to the Holy Land, he immediately went to the successor mountain and looked for Nan Ruofeng. This was the first time Jing Wushou was angrier than ever since Yifei had ignored the ban and rushed out of the Holy Land. The Heavenly Yin cult's actions were not only a slap to the Holy Land's face, but also a slap to the face of the Holy Land. However, Nan Ruofeng was still as calm as ever. A group of elders reprimanded Jing Wushou. "Jing Wushou, how can you say that? Nan Ruofeng is a direct disciple and the future master of the Holy Land. You should show some respect." So you're saying that you're not going to do anything about Yi Fei being hunted down by the Heavenly Yin cult? Jing Wushou looked at Nan Ruofeng angrily. Nan Ruofeng still did not speak. He seemed disdainful and cold. Huang Min beside him had already answered for him. She said sarcastically, Yi Fei? That arrogant and disrespectful person. Ruofeng already gave him a chance. He didn't know how to cherish it. What's wrong with sacrificing Zhao Yu? As long as Ruofeng is in the Holy Land, as long as he can buy time for the Holy Lord, who is in seclusion, to break through to the 12th level of the martial saint realm, it's worth it. Nan Ruofeng finally spoke. He looked at Jing Wushou with great pity. The sacrifice and forbearance now is for the sake of becoming stronger in the future. It's not enough to be hot-blooded in a high-level battle. The most important thing is still strength. Between the Holy Lord and the chief of the Heavenly Yin cult, whoever can enter the 12th level of the martial saint realm first will have the absolute advantage. Chapter 329. Great Merchant City Pa. In a cave on the border of the Zhao Kingdom, Yi Fei couldn't help but sneer when he sensed the identity medallion on his body that had broken in half. Nan Ruofeng, you finally couldn't hold back and attacked me. You said that I was an ant and looked down on me. But when the news of me killing Nangong Long reached the sacred land, you panicked and couldn't wait to use the Heavenly Yin sect to get rid of me. Looking at the identity medallion in his hand, Yi Fei didn't linger and threw the medallion that represented the Taishian sacred land to the corner of the cave. Every disciple of the sacred land had a special array that could communicate with the sacred land's small world. There were only two possibilities for the medallion to break. First, the disciple had died, and the array within the medallion would stop working. Second, the sacred land had forcefully cut off the connection between the medallion and the sacred land. This also meant that the disciple had been expelled from the sacred land. However, Nan Ruofeng, don't think that you can use the Heavenly Yin sect to kill me without the help of the sacred land. In a year, I will return to the sacred land and fight with you. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with determination before he sighed deeply. He had expected to be expelled from the sacred land. The only thing that made Yi Fei sigh was that from now on, he would be considered a stranger to his friends in the sacred land, Luo Shi, Jing Wushou, and the 10th Prince. Senior brothers and junior brothers, have a safe journey. Old Master Jian, I still failed to live up to your expectations. Yi Fei took out a jar of wine and poured half of it on the ground. He drank the other half in one gulp as a way of reminiscing the past. Then, as if nothing had happened, Yi Fei lowered his head and continued to loot the large amount of interspatial bags on his body. These interspatial bags were obtained by killing the experts of the Heavenly Yin sect. Since he couldn't obtain cultivation resources from the sacred land, the interspatial bags on the disciples of the Heavenly Yin sect were very precious. However, the disciples of the Heavenly Yin sect on the Yin demon ranking really have a lot of things on them. Just the Xian weapons alone are not enough for everyone. It's a pity that there are no treasured weapons. Yi Fei first opened the space of the dozens of Yin demon ranking disciples. He found that there were many treasures inside, but there were too few that were suitable for him. Other than finding a large pile of spiritual crystals, estimated to be 1,000 or 2,000 pieces, the rest were all top-grade Xian weapons used by ordinary martial ancestor realm experts. Some earth-grade pills, some poisons used to harm people, and some cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Yin sect. It's a pity that these cultivation techniques are extremely vicious. Other than the heaven-level lower tier, which is passable, the rest are simply a waste of time. Forget it. I'll pack these up and find a place to sell them for spirit crystals. Although spirit crystals were basically useless to Yi Fei now, in the world of warriors, spirit crystals were considered a hard currency. When one was injured, they could use the energy of spirit crystals to heal themselves. Yi Fei would not complain about having too many spirit crystals on him. Immediately after, Yi Fei could not wait to open the space of the 10 bone messengers that he had killed. Instantly, the treasures inside almost dazzled Yi Fei's eyes. Holy shit, The heavenly Yin cult is really rich. Every bone emissary is filthy rich. Just the heaven-grade jade blood pills alone. There are more than 500 of them. I just don't know if these pills can help me break through to the martial honorable realm. Yifei looked at the heaven-grade jade blood pills and swallowed his saliva. Immediately, he threw away the other things and worked hard to cultivate. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Yifei had also finished refining the 500 jade blood pills that he had collected from the bone messengers. Unfortunately, he did not show any signs of breaking through to the martial honorable realm. Indeed, it is not that easy to break through to the martial honorable realm. It is not enough to rely on the accumulation of pills. The most important thing is to raise the quality of my dantian. As long as my talent is strong enough, it will be easier to break through to the martial honorable realm. Yifei finally understood that with the quality of his Earth Grade 6 dantian, it was still too difficult for him to break through to the martial honorable realm quickly. Fortunately, he had the immortal sword soul in his body. As long as the quality of the pills was high enough, he could continuously use them to raise the quality of his dantian. What I need to do next is not to cultivate, but to think of a way to obtain more heaven-grade jade blood pills. They cannot be ordinary heaven-grade 1 jade blood pills. With the immortal sword soul's pickiness, I need to obtain heaven-grade 2 jade blood pills to continue raising the quality of my dantian. After walking out of the cave, Yifei took the map that Jing Wushou had given him and continued on his journey. He left the border of the Zhao kingdom and continued to rush towards the sea of constellations. At the same time, he also paid attention to the nearby big cities so that he could deal with his spoils of war. Not long after Yifei had left the cave, Zhang Xian's expression changed. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh. A total of more than 50 bone emissaries rushed angrily towards the cave that Yifei was hiding in. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. Yifei had already left, leaving behind only a shattered identity token. Damn it, that Yifei escaped before us again. Oof. He can escape as much as he wants. The experts of our Heavenly Yin sect are all over the 18 countries of the Northern Sea. No matter which country he escapes to, we can immediately organize people to hunt him down. It's not enough to rely on the experts of our sect. We can also mobilize the sects of the various countries and the Wu province to work together to kill Yifei. As long as we promise enough benefits, there will naturally be experts who will take the initiative to hunt him down. The 50 bone emissaries discussed and instantly split into several groups. They spread out in all directions and continue to search for traces of Yifei's escape. Among them, more than 10 bone emissaries chased after Yifei. At this moment, Yifei did not know about it. Even if he knew, he would not care. With the Phoenix blood sword in hand, I don't have to worry about ordinary martial honorables. However, I have to be careful of the golden bone emissaries of the Heavenly Yin sect. It is said that they are all experts of rank 7 martial honorables and above. If I encounter them, I will be in danger. The most important thing now is to think of a way to quickly break through to the martial honorable realm and cultivate the 3rd cycle of the Demon Emperor scripture. At that time, my war demon golden body should be able to withstand the attacks of martial honorables. Yifei flew quickly in the sky. At the same time, he was constantly paying attention to the changes in his surroundings. Soon his eyes lit up. After flying over a barren mountain, he finally saw a huge city in front of him. At the city gate, there was a huge Shang word. According to the map that Jing Wushou had left behind, Yifei knew that this was the 18 countries of the Northern Sea. It was an important branch of the Merchant Union. Basically, many precious treasures and elixirs were refined here and sent to the nearby countries. Chapter 330. Entering the Merchant Union after entering the Great Shang City, Yifei realized how big the city was and how prosperous it was. If the Zhao Kingdom's imperial city was the wealthiest city in the Zhao Kingdom, Then the Zhao Kingdom's imperial city would be the difference between the Great Shang City and the Great Shang City. In this place, not only were martial ancestor realm cultivators easy to see, there were also many martial honorable realm experts flying through the sky. In the deepest part of the Great Shang City, Yi Fei could faintly feel the aura of martial kings. The entire Great Shang City gave Yi Fei a feeling that it was not any weaker than the Holy Lands. However, this was only an important branch of the Merchant Union. It was not the actual headquarters of the Merchant Union. It was already so powerful and prosperous. How imposing would the headquarters of the Merchant Union be? Now, I finally understand why the Merchant Union is able to flourish in the countless sects, holy lands, and even the territories controlled by the Devil Sect. I did not expect the Merchant Union to be so powerful. Yi Fei walked into the Great Shang City and carefully observed his surroundings. The more crowded a place was, the more careful he had to be to avoid being ambushed by the Heavenly Een cult's experts. At the same time, Yi Fei also discovered that although the Great Shang City was a branch of the Merchant Union, there were not only mortals doing business here, but also disciples of other sects and holy lands who had come out to gain experience. Top-quality vicious beasts, eggs, 500 spirit crystals for one. You can have as many as you want. Female barbarians captured from the barbarian country. Their figures are top-notch, and their housework is top-notch. As long as you give them food, they will definitely be very capable. 100 spirit crystals for one. Brother, buy a pair. The peddler saw Yi Fei's gaze drifting, as if he was a kindred spirit. He quickly pulled Yi Fei back and insisted that Yi Fei buy 2 female barbarians. Not to mention warming the bed, ordering them around as maids is also not bad. Yi Fei could not help but have the urge to kick the peddler to death. At this time, the peddler on the other side suddenly attracted his attention. Star Sand, the specialty of the Star Moon Holy Land. If you don't buy it now, you won't have a chance. Star Moon Holy Land, the holy land that little sister is in. Could it be that there are people from the Star Moon Holy Land in the 18 countries of the Northern Sea? Yi Fei was extremely excited. In any case, it had been some time since Yi Fei had joined the Sacred Land. He was no longer an ignorant youth. For example, in the Martial Heaven continent, Yi Fei already knew that it was divided into 5 continents: the East, West, North, and South. There was also the most prosperous Central continent. Among them, the Taishan Holy Land and the Heavenly Insect were located in the most barren northern state. The 18 countries of the North Sea were called barren lands in the central state. As for the Star Moon Holy Land, it was located in the most flourishing region of the Central Plains. That place was filled with outstanding talents and had gathered nearly half of the resources of the entire Tianwu continent. If Yi Fei wanted to go to the Star Moon Holy Land, it would not be like what the old Mansion Master had said. He would need a few years to reach the Star Moon Holy Land. That was based on the standards of a martial honorable. Most importantly, if a martial saint wanted to leave the 18 northern seas and enter the central province, other than their own strength, the most important thing was to use the 10,000-mile instant talisman. Without these 2 conditions, even a martial saint would not be able to reach the central province easily. It was very likely that they would meet with an accident and die along the way. At this moment, when Yi Fei heard that there were people hawking things from the Star Moon Holy Land, he was very excited. He almost could not help but run over and ask about the Star Moon Holy Land. Just at this moment, an arrogant voice dispelled Yi Fei's thoughts. The rumbling of horse hooves could be heard as 10 Heavenly Een sect disciples charged into Great Shang City. The Heavenly Een sect is here to do business. Those who are not involved scram. Pa, 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 pa. The horse whips whipped the crowd, scaring the people nearby into retreating. The street immediately became empty. Yi Fei was also hiding in the crowd, feeling apprehensive. The Heavenly Een sect came so quickly. I have been carefully hiding my tracks these past few days, but they still managed to find this place. Luckily, the 10 Heavenly Een sect disciples did not discover Yi Fei chasing after them. After clearing the crowd, they immediately pasted a few notices on the wall. All of you look carefully. This person is Yi Fei, the mortal enemy of my heavenly Yin sect. Whoever can discover his whereabouts will be rewarded with 10,000 spirit crystals. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit crystals. You will also be able to receive personal guidance from the sect leader of the Heavenly Yin sect. Boom! All the martial artists in Great Shang City were in an uproar. 100,000 spirit crystals was already very eye-catching. At the same time, the personal guidance from the sect leader of the Heavenly Yin sect made countless martial artists' eyes turn red. Immediately, many martial artists shouted with red eyes, "Where is that Yi Fei? If I meet him, I will directly chop him into 8 pieces." Shoo, do you want to die? I heard that Yi Fei is the #1 on the mountain river list of the Tai Xian Holy Land. He even personally killed the #1 on the Yin demon list, Nangong Long. Immediately, there were people who knew the situation and warned that person not to shout. Immediately, that person was so frightened that he shut his mouth tightly, not daring to say a word. There were also people who were well informed. Seeing that person's cowardice, they immediately sneered. Haha, the #1 on the mountain river list, that's a thing of the past. I heard that Yi Fei was removed from the Tai Xian Holy Land long ago. The current him is just a rogue martial artist with no one to rely on. Hearing the discussions around him, and seeing the 10 Heavenly Yin sect disciples bringing a large number of notices and flying out of the city, Yi Fei's eyes flashed with a cold glint. The Heavenly Yin sect is truly vicious. Not only are they chasing after me with all their might, they actually want to instigate the experts of the 18 countries in the North Sea to join forces and chase after me. I will remember this debt. Realizing that his whereabouts have been exposed, Yi Fei immediately turned and lowered his head. Just as he was about to walk out of Shang City, a middle-aged martial artist dressed in green suddenly blocked Yi Fei's path. "Senior Yi Fei, it is great that you're able to come to Shang City. I am the head of the Merchant Alliance, and under the orders of young Miss, I am here to invite Senior to the Merchant Alliance for a chat." The man spoke softly to prevent others from hearing him. Yi Fei looked at the head of the Merchant Alliance in shock. "When I entered the city, I specially disguised myself. How did you recognize me?" Slowly, Yi Fei was already on his guard. Merchants pursued prophets who knew if they would leak his whereabouts to the Heavenly Yin sect. Understanding that Yi Fei was worried, the head of the Merchant Alliance chuckled and said, "Senior, please don't worry. Our Merchant Alliance has always been neutral. We definitely won't reveal your whereabouts. As for how we discovered Senior, did Senior forget about the token that young Miss gave Senior?" Yi Fei was stunned. Only now did he recall that when he had offended Nan Ruofeng, the Merchant Alliance seemed to have immediately determined that he wasn't Nan Ruofeng's match and had given him a recruitment token. He immediately took out the token and discovered that it was actually faintly flashing. The head of the Merchant Alliance explained, "Senior Yi Fei, this is our Merchant Alliance's VIP token. In order to prevent any VIP from appearing without us knowing or accidentally offending them, once this token approaches the Merchant Alliance, the array formation within it will automatically activate and alert us that a VIP has arrived." Damn! Yi Fei hadn't thought that this token would have a tracking function. He immediately had the urge to crush it. However, since the Merchant Alliance knew his whereabouts, but didn't inform the Heavenly Yin sect, this undoubtedly proved their sincerity. Chapter 331. What others discard? I'm not sure about that. If Senior wants to know, why don't you ask Eldest Miss in person? The Alliance Master said tactfully. All right, I'll go. Yi Fei nodded. Since he had the Phoenix Blood Sword and the Immortal Sword Soul, and he was a half-step martial honor, Yi Fei was bold. He immediately followed the man into the Alliance and went up to the empty VIP area on the 2nd floor. "Eldest Miss, Senior Yi Fei has been brought here." The Alliance Master bowed to the bead curtain not far away. The bead curtain was hazy, and he could not see the person clearly. He could only vaguely see that it was a woman. Yi Fei was not happy. Hiding the head but showing the tail. Is this the Alliance's sincerity? Oh, does young Master like to see this servant's true appearance? It's just that this servant's appearance is simple and crude, and cannot compare to Princess Zhao Yu's devastatingly beautiful appearance. Furthermore, no one is like young Master Yi, who is willing to go all out for this servant's sake. Her voice was clear, melodious, and faintly carried a trace of temptation. The bead curtain was lifted, and the eldest miss of the alliance officially appeared. Although she did not have a simple appearance, she was still very beautiful. Nu Shanglua greets young Master Yi. Of course, if young master doesn't mind, you can call me by my nickname, Luo Xianzi. Yi Fei felt his face twitch and black lines appeared on his forehead. This woman was really confident. If her nickname is Luo Xianzi, then should I call myself Handsome Yi when I see people in the future? So it's eldest Miss Shang. May I know what you're looking for me for? Yi Fei asked calmly, without any particular fluctuation in his emotions. This surprised Shanglua. In the past, when she saw those handsome young men, no matter how noble they were, could not help but be attracted by her appearance. For example, Yi Fei was indifferent to her beauty. It was not that there were no such people, but it was definitely very rare. This made Shanglua regard Yi Fei even more highly. However, Shanglua did not explain his intentions. Instead, he asked, "Young Master Yi, before you ask me, shouldn't you explain your intentions?" My intentions? My intentions are simple. I happen to have a batch of treasures that I want to sell to the Alliance. I just don't know if the Alliance will dare to accept them. Yi Fei said in a serious tone. If he did not lack cultivation resources, he would not take the risk to try his luck at the Alliance. Shanglua vaguely understood something. He nodded and said, "It seems that young Master Yi is a little tight on money. Tell me, what do you want to sell? As long as it's a treasure, the Alliance will accept it. I will also give you a fair price." Shanglua looked proud when she mentioned the Alliance. She did not believe that Yi Fei would be able to take out any decent treasures in his current down-and-out state. She only said this to improve Yi Fei's impression of the Alliance and increase her bargaining chip to recruit Yi Fei. Yi Fei did not say anything. He only looked at the other Alliance leaders standing to the side. Shanglua smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, don't worry. They are all my trusted subordinates. They will not reveal the contents of the deal. May I know what treasures young Master Yi wants to sell?" Shanglua was clearly curious about what Yi Fei wanted to sell. Yi Fei did not say anything. He simply took out dozens of space bags. "These are the treasures I want to sell. The treasures of the 10 bone messengers and the space bags of the 35 experts of the demon ranking." Boom! Yi Fei's words greatly shocked the Alliance leaders. Shanglua could not help but widen her eyes. What? 10 bone messengers and 35 experts of the demon ranking from the heavenly cult. These were all killed by Yi Fei. Shanglua was extremely shocked. This was the first time that the young miss of the Alliance looked at Yi Fei with a serious expression. It was already very shocking that a half-step martial saint could kill Nangong Long. Who would have thought that Yi Fei could kill so many experts of the heavenly cult? If this news were to spread, Yi Fei would definitely become famous in the 18 nations of the Northern Sea. He was not a genius, but he was better than a genius. This was Shanglua's evaluation of Yi Fei in her heart. At the same time, this strengthened Shanglua's determination to recruit Yi Fei. She looked at Yi Fei with her beautiful big eyes. It was as if she was choosing a man. Without a doubt, compared to the iceberg Zhao Yu, the young miss of Shanglua was more passionate. Even though Yi Fei did not feel anything for this woman, he still felt his face heat up. Yi Fei quickly suppressed his emotions and frowned. "What's wrong? You don't even dare to accept these treasures?" "Haha, young master, you must be joking. Our alliance does not dare to accept these treasures. However, these are legal goods. It is not good for us to auction them openly. We can only sell them to the black market. Therefore, we might lower the price," Shanglua said. "No problem, as long as they can be sold." Yi Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He was in need of cultivation resources now. If he did not sell these things, they would be useless to him. Seeing that Yi Fei agreed, Shanglua immediately ordered a few managers to take away the space bag in front of Yi Fei and make an inventory. These managers were indeed Shanglua's trusted subordinates. They were very efficient. It did not take long for them to estimate the value of these items. Senior Yi, these items are worth a total of 200,000 spirit crystals. However, since they are illegal goods, our alliance will deduct 50,000 spirit crystals. We can only give you 150,000 spirit crystals. Senior, do you have any objections? Yi Fei was shocked by the alliance manager's words. It was true that killing and arson were the best. Yi Fei did not expect these items to be worth so much. Compared to the 50,000 spirit crystals deducted by the alliance, this was nothing. After all, these items did not belong to him. It was equivalent to earning 150,000 spirit crystals for free. Of course, Yi Fei would not reject this offer. I don't want spirit crystals. Please exchange them for heaven-class grade 2 elixirs. Yi Fei thought for a while and added, it would be best if they were core consolidating elixirs. Core consolidating elixirs were one of the best heaven-class grade 2 elixirs. They had the effect of nourishing one's dantian and were best used to improve the quality of one's dantian. Senior, please wait a moment. The two alliance managers took away all the space bags. The remaining manager quickly took out 150 core consolidating elixirs and handed them to Yi Fei. After checking that there were no mistakes, Yi Fei turned around and cupped his hands at Shangluo. He was about to leave. Shangluo would not let Yi Fei leave so easily. Young Master Yi, please wait. Now that your name has been removed from the sacred land, you are a free man. Would you be willing to join the alliance? As long as you are willing to join, the alliance will give you heaven-class elixirs and high-grade artifacts. Shangluo did not try to recruit Yi Fei as soon as they met. Instead, they waited for Yi Fei to complete the transaction. They had seen the alliance's generosity before they tried to recruit him. This way, they would be more confident. However, whether it was the alliance or the Dark Sky sect, they had all misjudged Yi Fei. In their opinion, without the Sacred Land's protection, Yi Fei would be like a stray dog, hiding and running for his life. The alliance's attempt to recruit him was undoubtedly a timely help. However, in Yi Fei's eyes, the alliance had underestimated him. Yi Fei flatly refused. Miss Shangluo, I am very sorry. I am indebted to Sword Peak, so I cannot join the alliance at this time. Goodbye. Even if the Sacred Land removed him from the Sacred Land, as long as Elder Sword Maniac did not agree, he would still belong to Sword Peak. At the very least, he would not join any faction before he defeated Nan Ruofeng. Yi Fei turned to leave after he finished speaking. Chapter 332. Unromantic. Upon hearing the order, the business alliance leaders didn't care whether Yi Fei agreed or not. They quickly bowed and left, closing the door behind them. Immediately, only Yi Fei and Shangluo were left in the room. Seeing Shangluo grit her teeth and her beautiful face reveal a hint of shyness, Yi Fei suddenly had a very strange thought. Don't tell me this young miss is trying to use her beauty to seduce me after failing to seduce me? Yi Fei was already starting to regret meeting Shangluo. This woman was the kind of woman who was as passionate as fire and extremely difficult to deal with. Subconsciously, Yi Fei actually felt a little guilty and took a step back. This step also allowed the young miss to successfully find a sense of confidence and superiority. I thought this Yi Fei was very noble and virtuous. Isn't he just like the other young talents? A pervert who can't escape from this great ant's palm. Without any outsiders, Shangluo's true nature began to reveal itself. Of course, she despised Yi Fei in her heart, but on the surface, Shangluo was smiling like a flower and was as passionate as fire. As Yi Fei took a step back, Shangluo boldly took a step forward and blocked the door. She looked pitifully at Yi Fei and begged, "Young Master Yi, can you bear to see Nu alone and without anyone to depend on? Why don't you join the business alliance and stay by Nu's side in the future?" As she spoke, Shangluo deliberately stretched her waist seductively in front of Yi Fei. Just this action alone made Yi Fei feel his body heat up and black lines appear on his face. This woman was really using her beauty to seduce him, especially since Shanglua herself was extraordinarily beautiful. In the face of such temptation, probably 8 out of 10 experts wouldn't be able to resist. It was also because of these little tricks, in addition to the business alliance's strong strength, that countless young talents over the years wanted to join the business alliance. Even a glance at Shanglua from afar was enough to make them happy. Unfortunately, Yifei couldn't even be bothered to look at Shanglua's little tricks, even though he had to admit that Shanglua was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. However, Yifei's martial heart was as firm as a rock. After all, Yifei had climbed up from the bottom. Only after experiencing it could one understand how difficult it was. Only after experiencing loss could one understand how heavy the burden was. Therefore, Shanglua's little tricks might be effective on those young talents who pursued romance. But in the eyes of Yifei, who pursued martial arts wholeheartedly and had suffered too many losses, it was just a joke. Faintly, a look of disgust appeared on Yifei's face. When he saw Shanglua, he couldn't help but recall the sad expression on Zhao Yu's face before he was taken away. Then Yifei felt an indescribable pain in his heart, as if he was being pricked by needles. "Get out of my way!" Yifei tried his best to suppress his anger as he stared coldly at Shanglua. Shanglua was stunned and thought to herself, "What does this guy mean? I've already sacrificed so much, but he's still not satisfied? He must be pretending." The eldest miss was unconvinced. She was very confident in her appearance. Even if she couldn't surpass Zhao Yu, they were still evenly matched. This Yifei even dared to offend the Dark Sky sect in order to save Zhao Yu. How can I be inferior to the princess of a small country? There are no good men in this world. I'm going to expose his hypocrisy now. Thinking of this, Shanglua made up her mind. Not only did she not move out of the way, she even gave Yifei a seductive look. She blinked her eyes and said, "Yifei, seeing that you're a talent, I'll allow you to pursue me after you join the Merchant Alliance. You should be satisfied with this condition, right?" Shanglua proudly puffed out her chest and pretended to be seductive. However, she was sneering in her heart. As for how long it would take for Yifei to have the right to pursue her after he joined the Merchant Alliance, that would depend on the eldest Mrs. Mood. If she was happy, perhaps she would give him a chance after 10 years. If she was unhappy, perhaps Yifei wouldn't be able to get close to her for 100 years. After hearing Shanglua's condition and seeing that the little girl in front of him was acting like an adult, Yifei was speechless. He simply reached out and pushed Shanglua, who was standing at the door, to the side. Then, he opened the door and was about to walk out. "Little girl, if you want to use a honey trap in the future, remember to find a mature one. Your body hasn't even grown up yet. No matter how much cotton you stuff, it won't work." Not only did Yifei push Shanglua away, he even turned around and mocked her. Then, he opened the door and was about to leave. Shanglua was so angry that her face turned red. All the young experts that she had tried to recruit had never failed. Moreover, no one was as barbaric as Yifei. Not only did he reject her, he even pushed her away. Shanglua was suddenly filled with anger. She shouted, "Yifei, if you leave like this, aren't you afraid that I'll tell the Heavenly Een sect that you're here?" Boom! A sword light flashed and left a deep ditch in front of Shanglua. Yifei rushed into the sky without looking back. He only left behind a cold sentence. "Little girl, I don't care how powerful your merchant alliance is, but you'd better not provoke me. That's all I have to say." Pa! Another command medallion fell in front of Shanglua. It was cut in half by Sword Chi. Yifei had destroyed the command medallion that Shanglua had given him. This clearly showed Yifei's attitude. He had no interest in joining the Merchant Alliance. However, the Merchant Alliance is really powerful. Not only is it powerful, but it also has many talents. Just look at this Shanglua. She's only 14 or 15 years old, but she's not only experienced in handling matters, but she also knows how to use her advantages to use a honey trap. As expected, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Yifei didn't stay in Great Shang City for long. He rushed out of the Merchant Alliance and left as quickly as possible. He was so fast that even the Merchant Alliance's experts couldn't react in time. By the time Shangluo regained her senses, Yi Fei had already disappeared without a trace. Shangluo was furious. This was definitely the most serious defeat she had suffered since she came to the 18 countries of the North Sea. What made Shangluo even more puzzled was that she had clearly used an illusion technique to change her age in advance, making her look mature and beautiful, but Yi Fei seemed to be able to see through her illusion technique. Of course, if Shangluo knew that Yi Fei still had a strong mental consciousness left behind by the first holy master in his mind, she wouldn't be so confused. What an unromantic bastard. Bang! The illusion disappeared, and Shangluo's gentle and beautiful appearance suddenly became more tender. She instantly changed from an 18-year-old girl to a 14 or 15-year-old lowly. Eldest miss, Yi Fei doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dared to be rough with you. Do you need us to capture him? More than 10 martial honorables from the Merchant Alliance silently appeared beside Shangluo and asked respectfully. Forget it. Yi Fei was able to kill so many white bone messengers. Ordinary martial honorables won't be able to stop him. Shangluo waved her hand. Her tender face was calm and confident. Hearing Shangluo's words, the experts from the Merchant Alliance hesitated. In the end, one of the managers plucked up his courage and reminded her with a strange expression, Eldest miss, are you really not going to pursue this matter? That Yi Fei did something to your body. My body. Chapter 333. Earth Grade 9. She was so surprised that Yi Fei was not tempted by her beauty and refused to join the Merchant Alliance. After being reminded, Shangluo, who had returned to her little girl form, was shocked to find out what Yi Fei had done to her body before he left. Shangluo's body, which was originally stuffed with cotton, had been shattered by Yi Fei's terrifying sword energy. From the outside, Shangluo's body looked like a deflated balloon that was deflating rapidly. This was also the reason why the managers were so angry. They thought that Yi Fei had caused some serious damage to Shangluo's body before he left. However, Yi Fei's sword energy had only accidentally damaged 2 balls of cotton. When Shangluo saw that her body had deflated, her face turned as red as blood. She was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Following this, Shangluo's childlike screams resounded throughout Dashang City. Yi Fei, I won't forgive you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Shangluo was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. She secretly regretted letting Yi Fei off. When the managers saw Shangluo's angry expression, they were also angry. They said in a low voice, Eldest miss, should we ask Third Master to come out of seclusion? Third Master? Shangluo's expression changed. She couldn't help but look at her body, which was still deflated. Her face quickly turned red. Yi Fei had actually done such a shameless thing to her. If she told her elders, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? None of you are allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Besides, this is a matter between the younger generation. I don't believe that I can't take revenge on my own. Eldest miss, you mean? The managers bowed and asked. Bang! With a thought, Shangluo once again transformed from a little girl into a beautiful young lady. She gently stroked the messy hair on her forehead. Despite her young age, Shangluo's eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. Isn't Yi Fei being hunted down by the Dark Sky sect? You guys immediately reveal his whereabouts to the Dark Sky sect. Eldest miss, are you going to betray Yi Fei and use the Dark Sky sect to kill him? One of the managers' eyes lit up. When Shangluo heard this, she kept sneering. Yi Fei will be letting him off too easy. My plan is to wait until they are both Yi Fei and Yi Fei's Cloud Sky sect. When Cloud Sky sect's Cloud Sky sect and Sky sect's Cloud sect, we will save Yi Fei. When that time comes, we will save Yi Fei's studios and Cloud Sky sect. When Yi Fei is Yi, 9 Shangluo Sky was my sect. Shangluo's words scared the managers of the Merchant Alliance so much that they all trembled in fear. Yi Fei, who had already left Dashang City, suddenly couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Who is cursing me? Don't tell me that the dark sky sex people are chasing after me. This won't do. I must immediately find a place to increase my strength. As the scale of the dark sky sex pursuit grew larger, Yi Fei didn't dare to let his guard down. He quickly found a hidden cave and hid in it, preparing to refine the sky rank elixir he had obtained. Of course, Yi Fei didn't know that the sword chi he had unintentionally released before he left had actually caused the little girl's chest to collapse. At this moment, Shangluo was already gnashing her teeth and preparing to take revenge. Otherwise, Yi Fei would definitely run away as fast as he could. After all, offending the Dark Sky sect was already very troublesome. If he offended the Merchant Alliance, whose forces were spread across the 18 countries of the North Sea, then it would really be difficult for him to move forward. After fiddling around the cave for a while and confirming that there was no danger, Yi Fei immediately took out the 150 soul condensing pills he had obtained. The spiritual chi of these pills was even more astonishing than the blue blood pill of the Dark Sky sect. After all, the blue blood pill was only a first-grade heaven rank elixir, but the soul condensing pill was a second-grade heaven rank elixir. Every time he increased the grade of the elixir, the spiritual chi inside would double. In the 18 countries of the North Sea, where spirit stones were extremely scarce, elixirs were the fastest shortcut for a cultivator to increase their strength. However, Yi Fei wasn't using these elixirs to increase his strength. He was preparing to use them to increase the quality of his dantian. Without a special physique, if one wanted to quickly break through to the next realm, relying on bitter cultivation alone wouldn't be effective. The key was that the quality of his dantian was high enough. This way, whether it was cultivation speed or breaking through bottlenecks, he would have a great advantage. Wang, sensing the astonishing spiritual chi of the soul condensing pills, the slumbering, undying sword soul couldn't wait to wake up. It seemed like it was in a hurry to consume these elixirs. When it discovered the existence of the undying sword soul, the restless phoenix blood sword that Yi Fei had placed beside him suddenly lost its fiery glow. With a whoosh, it was so frightened that it burrowed into Yi Fei's dimensional bag and didn't dare to appear again. Yi Fei sweated when he saw this. The phoenix blood sword was a sacred artifact embryo, but it was actually so afraid of the undying sword soul's aura. However, now wasn't the time to be concerned about the phoenix blood sword. He still had to increase the quality of his dantian as much as possible. I just don't know how much these elixirs can increase my talent. Yi Fei swallowed a soul condensing pill and started using the undying sword soul to absorb the elixir's spiritual chi. At the same time, the undying sword soul continuously released waves of weak black energy. At this moment, Yi Fei finally realized how difficult it was to increase the talent of an Earth-grade talent. In the past, when he swallowed an elixir, the sword soul would release waves of energy. After increasing it to an Earth-grade 6th grade, the black energy would weaken by more than half. Perhaps this is the biggest difference between those who have a special constitution and those who don't. Martialists with special constitutions or ancient bloodlines can continuously strengthen their constitution and bloodlines to obtain a stronger dantian quality. On the other hand, martialists without special constitutions or bloodlines don't have this advantage. Without special fortuitous encounters, many people won't be able to increase the quality of their dantian in their entire lives. Fortunately, I have the undying sword soul. As long as I have it, I will have the confidence to contend with Nan Ruofeng and those true geniuses. Yi Fei had always believed that the peak of martial arts didn't only belong to those geniuses with special constitutions. I also believe that no matter how ordinary a martialist is, as long as he has a firm enough martial heart, even an ant can shake a tree. Even the weak can realize their dreams of becoming strong. Where there is a will, there is a way. Heaven will not let down those who work hard. Undying sword soul, please don't disappoint me. Yi Fei silently thought to himself. Then, he madly used the undying sword soul to refine the spirit chi of the condensing soul elixir. At this moment, the undying sword soul seemed to have sensed Yi Fei's rock-solid martial heart and his desire to become stronger. A large amount of black energy surged out like a tide and poured into Yi Fei's dantian. Boom! Yi Fei felt as if something in his dantian had shattered. A total of 6 black halos appeared on Yi Fei's body. Then there were 7, 8. The color of the halos constantly deepened and faintly appeared. A mysterious pattern appeared on Yi Fei's body. The beast mark that was originally pressed against Yi Fei's shoulder was now faintly emitting a moonlight luster. It was silently moistening and quietly changing Yi Fei's body. Unfortunately, Yi Fei, who was immersed in his cultivation, didn't realize this. He could only silently feel that the quality of his dantian in his body was improving bit by bit. Finally, Yi Fei consumed all the condensing soul elixirs in his hand. Boom! Chapter 334. The Golden Bones Attack 152nd Grade Tian Rank Core Concentrating Pills are enough to raise the quality of my dantian to 9th Grade D ranked. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Yi Fei initially thought it would be good enough if he could break through to 8th Grade D ranked with this amount of pills. It seems like I've underestimated the power of 2nd Grade Tian ranked pills. If I can get my hands on some more, it won't be a problem for me to break through to 10th Grade D ranked pills. Yi Fei could not help but let his imagination run wild. The undying sword spirit immediately sensed Yi Fei's thoughts. Instantly, a disdainful feeling was transmitted into Yi Fei's heart. It was obvious that the sword spirit's bad habit of being picky about its food was acting up again. This time, it was even more extreme. It did not even bother to absorb the 2nd Grade Tian ranked core concentrating pills. Yi Fei really wanted to pull the immortal sword spirit out of his body and stomp on it a few times. One had to know that in order to get these soul concentrating pills, he had already thought of all kinds of methods. He was almost seduced by a little girl, but this immortal sword spirit actually disdained to absorb it. Helpless, Yi Fei could not do anything about it. He could only dejectedly realize that he would not be able to satisfy the undying sword spirit's appetite without 3rd Grade Tian ranked pills the next time he wanted to improve his dantian's quality. It seems like I'll have to find a time to show myself and try to attract the bone messengers of the heavenly Een sect to kill me. Then, I'll take the opportunity to steal their treasures. After tasting the benefits, Yi Fei really wanted to take the initiative to hunt down the experts of the heavenly Een sect to obtain their treasures. Unfortunately, compared to stealing the treasures, the most important thing now is to rescue my master, the Demon Emperor. As long as the Demon Emperor appears, the little heavenly Een sect will not be able to withstand his breath. Yi Fei sighed helplessly when he thought of Zhao Yu, who had been taken to the heavenly Een sect and forced to become their saintess. He then collected his thoughts and tried to cultivate the 3rd layer of the Demon Emperor scripture. Although I haven't broken through to the Martial Highness realm, it's still possible for me to cultivate the 3rd layer of the Demon Emperor scripture as a half Martial Highness. However, when I was fighting with the Boan envoy, I suddenly comprehended the slaughter fist intent, which was a bit unexpected. In the future, when I have time, I need to pay attention to some powerful fist arts. Yi Fei pondered silently as he immersed himself in his cultivation. This was also the 7th day since he entered the cave. In the past, Yi Fei would change his hiding place every 3 to 5 days. He wouldn't give the heavenly Een cult a chance to find his whereabouts. However, improving the quality of his dantian had wasted a lot of Yi Fei's time. Furthermore, the business alliance had intentionally leaked information to him. On this day, more than a dozen uninvited guests had gathered outside the cave. The leader of this group was dressed in a hooded black robe of the heavenly Een cult. There wasn't a white bone hanging on his neck. Instead, there was a golden skull hanging on his neck. It's actually the Golden Bone envoy. Young mistress, this is going to be difficult. I reckon that Yi Fei will be killed instantly. In the clouds far away, The experts of the Business Alliance were protecting the little lowly Shangla through a special crystal wall. They saw the Golden Bone envoy of the Heavenly Een cult leading more than a dozen bone envoys to quietly surround Yifei. Their expressions were very serious. Shanghua still maintained her beautiful image as a young mistress. However, when she spoke, she gave people the impression that she was a bad girl. TSK, I thought that it would be some expert. In the end, it's just a 7th-level Martial Highness, the Golden Bone Envoy. The amulet that third uncle gave me can instantly kill a 10th-level Martial Highness realm expert. Boom! Shanglua's words shocked the experts of the Business Alliance who were responsible for protecting her. Then, they relaxed and secretly observed the situation. At this moment, under the leadership of the Golden Bone Envoy, more than a dozen Martial Highnesses worked together and used the ability that only Martial Highnesses could open up space. In an instant, they opened up a 3-mile radius area into a secure secret realm. This also completely cut off any possibility of Yifei escaping from the cave. Haha, this idiot still hasn't discovered it. He actually dared to go into seclusion inside. As expected of the Golden Bone Envoy, with just a small trick, Yifei became a bird in a cage. This time, Yifei won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. The secret realm was successfully opened. However, there was no reaction from the inside of the cave. The dozen bone envoys were all laughing loudly as they quickly flattered the Golden Bone Envoy. The Golden Bone Envoy's expression was very serious as he instructed in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't lower your guard." This Yifei was able to kill Nangong Long and the 10 bone envoys of the Heavenly Een cult. If he doesn't have a treasure, then he must have some special killing technique. Everyone, let's work together and kill Yifei. Kill. After receiving the order, the dozen or so bone emissaries charged into the cave without saying a word. Rumble. Rumble. A huge battle instantly broke out in the cave, causing the entire cave to collapse. The dozen or so bone emissaries were all buried within. What's going on? The Golden Bone Envoy finally realized that something was wrong. The experts of the Merchant Union, who were secretly observing, were also shocked. They did not understand what was going on. At this moment, rumble. Outside the temporary secret realm, a figure had already charged toward the Golden Bone Envoy, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Since Yifei had decided to go into seclusion to improve his talent, he naturally would not forget about the Heavenly Een cult, which was his biggest threat. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Black Rock City was a barren place with incomparably dangerous mountains and rivers. Almost all the children who grew up in Black Rock City were excellent hunters. Yifei was no exception. When Yifei had entered the cave, he had prepared a way out in advance. He had dug out a 10-mile-long secret passage in the cave. This was so that if he was surrounded by the Heavenly Een cult, it would be difficult to retreat. The Golden Bone Envoy of the Heavenly Een cult thought that their encirclement was well hidden. In fact, with Yifei's powerful mental senses, Yifei had already discovered them when they had approached the cave. Without any hesitation, Yifei immediately retreated along the secret tunnel and hid in the dark to observe. When he discovered that there were more than a dozen bone envoys, and the leader was the Golden Bone Envoy again. At this moment, Yifei, who had gone crazy from poverty, suddenly had an extremely bold idea. He would purposely lure the Bone Envoy into the cave and trigger the defensive trap that he had set up in advance. Taking advantage of this time, Yifei quickly charged toward the Golden Bone Envoy alone and instantly used his killing move. Kill. Raging Fist Kill. Boundless killing intent caused Yifei's blood to start boiling. If he was surrounded, Yifei would definitely not dare to face the Golden Bone Envoy, who was a rank 7 martial honorable, head-on. However, if it was a one-on-one fight, Yifei was still confident that he could fight with the Phoenix Bloodsword in his hand. At this moment, Yifei wanted to take advantage of the time when the Bone Envoys were temporarily trapped to attack first and instantly kill the Golden Bone Envoy. The eldest miss of Shanghua, who was secretly observing, was the first to realize Yi Fei's intention. She and the experts of the Merchant Alliance beside her were instantly shocked. Chapter 335. Instant execution. Seeing Yi Fei rush out, Shangluo's eldest sister immediately judged that Yi Fei was either an idiot or had a screw loose in his head. No wonder he's so unromantic and can resist my charm. So he's a fool. The Merchant Alliance doesn't need someone like him. After speaking, Shangluo turned around and left with the experts of the Merchant Alliance. After all, Yi Fei had acted so rashly that she did not even have the chance to save him. Rather than seeing a bloody scene and having nightmares at night, it was better to return to the Merchant Alliance. At that moment, Yi Fei did not know that while he was plotting against the Golden Bone Envoy, the people of the Merchant Alliance were also plotting against him in secret. Yi Fei's 7 murderous fists exploded with full force. His full circle realm and 10% fist intent made his fist even more powerful and murderous. Rumble. The fist shadows smashed into the air, creating a loud explosion. The experts of the Merchant Alliance, who were about to leave, were shocked. What is going on with Yi Fei? Rumor has it that he has comprehended sword intent. Why is he using fist intent now? What? After comprehending sword intent, Yi Fei can also comprehend fist intent. The experts of the Merchant Alliance were not the only ones who were shocked. Actually, the Golden Bone Envoy was also shocked when he saw the White Bone Envoy fall into the trap and get buried in the cave. When he saw Yi Fei rushing over, the Golden Bone Envoy sneered disdainfully. After all, he was a rank 7 Martial Honorable, while Yi Fei was only a half step to Martial Honorable. He had not even broken through to the Martial Honorable realm. Unless Yi Fei had a heaven-defying talent like the Ancient Emperor, he would not be able to kill the Golden Bone Envoy, who was 1 rank higher than him and 8 ranks higher than him. However, such a talent might not appear even once in 10,000 years. The Golden Bone Envoy did not think that Yi Fei had such a heaven-defying talent. Therefore, when Yi Fei charged out alone like this, the Golden Bone Emissary saw it as a joke and overestimation of his own abilities. There was a difference of 1 major cultivation level between them and 8 minor cultivation levels. If Yi Fei could still kill him like this, then he, the Envoy of Golden Bones, could really kill himself. Golden Bone Envoy was about to use his most brutal martial arts to kill Yi Fei when he saw Yi Fei use a martial art. It was not a sword art, but a fist art. The most terrifying thing was that Yi Fei's fist technique also contained 10% fist intent. However, 10% fist intent was nothing to an expert like the Golden Bone Envoy. However, the Heavenly Yin cult knew very well that Yi Fei's most powerful sword intent was his most powerful sword intent. Even the Sky Yin cult's church master was jealous when he heard about the 2 sky extinguishing swords. However, Yi Fei had actually used fist intent, which shocked the Envoy of Golden Bones. Everyone knew that it was extremely difficult for a martialist to comprehend martial intent. The vast majority of martialists would never be able to comprehend martial intent in their entire lives. Only a small number of martialists with good comprehension skills would be able to comprehend martial intent. At the same time, this small number of martialists could also reach the martial honorable realm. However, most of them would only be able to comprehend 1 martial intent in their entire lives, which was already considered their limit. Take Yi Fei, for example, who had been able to comprehend both sword intent and fist intent to form dual martial intents. No matter where he went, he would be considered a demonic genius. At the very least, he would be able to comprehend martial intents. How could the Envoy of Golden Bones not be shocked? He subconsciously slowed down his movements, and a crazy killing intent appeared in his eyes. Dual martial intents. Yi Fei, you're just an ordinary ant, but your comprehension skills are demonic. It's a pity that you are not from the Skying cult. Now, I will let you know how terrifying a level 7 martial honorable is. After the Envoy of Golden Bones recovered from his shock, he quickly regained his senses. He planned to use his strongest attack to kill Yi Fei mercilessly. When he saw that a demonic genius was about to die at his hands, the envoy of Golden Bones couldn't help but reveal an excited and cruel smile. Is that so? I would like to see how big the gap between us is. The war demon Golden Body's strong physical defense allowed Yi Fei to easily deal with the aura of a level 7 martial honorable. The 7 annihilation fist in his left hand was just a facade that Yi Fei had used to paralyze the envoy of Golden Bones. Yi Fei's true killing move was the Phoenix Blood Sword in his hand. Sky Extinguishing Sword, Sky Burying Move. Boom, boom, boom. Sword light flashed, and the heavens and earth shook. Yi Fei waved the Phoenix Blood Sword in his right hand. The embryo of a sacred weapon caused Yi Fei's strength to reach the level of a level 5 martial honorable in an instant. Devouring Sword Intent. A huge black hole appeared at the tip of the Phoenix Blood Sword, causing Yi Fei's attack power to increase tremendously. Yi Fei estimated that the strength of the sword was at least at the level of a level 8 martial honorable. Everywhere the Phoenix Blood Sword passed, the heavens and earth shook violently. The envoy of Golden Bones' body also shook. What? Punching with your left hand and sword with your right hand? Could it be that you have comprehended the heart integrated in his sword? No wonder you were able to kill Nangong Long. Oh no, Blood Demon Stab. Boom. A look of terror could be seen on Emissary Goldbone's face as he sensed the sword light, which seemed capable of burying heaven and earth. Immediately, he drew on all the power he could muster, even going so far as to injure himself by digging out one of his ribs. Then he stabbed it toward Yi Fei, glowing with terrifying blood-colored light and devilish light. Suppress him. The Phoenix Blood Sword was slowly pushed forward. Yi Fei had received personal guidance from the Sword Maniac Elder and was no longer at the stage where he only knew how to copy the Sky Destroyer sword. Yi Fei now understood the flexible combination of sword moves. He had completely integrated the ancient Supreme Emperor's sword moves into his own attack. This was the way of the sword. This was the heart integrated into sword. The bloody blood demon stab was instantly suppressed by the repulsive force of the heaven-burying style and stopped in midair. Yi Fei's body easily dodged the blood demon stab from the side. At the same time, the Phoenix Blood Sword in Yi Fei's hand was blazing with flames as it instantly pierced through the envoy of Golden Bones' head. It's actually the Phoenix Blood Sword. It's actually in your hands, Bam. After saying this, the envoy of Golden Bones finally couldn't hold on any longer. His head exploded, and his body was instantly turned into ashes by the flames of the Phoenix Blood Sword. A golden space bag floated in midair, and Yi Fei quickly grabbed it. Yi Fei's eyes instantly lit up, and he laughed. It's actually a golden space bag. The envoy of Golden Bones is indeed much fatter than the envoy of White Bones. Much fatter? This kid is being hunted by the Heavenly Insect. Not only is he not afraid, he even dares to treat us as fat lambs to be slaughtered. Heavens, this is too terrifying. This Yi Fei is too demonic. That was the envoy of Golden Bones, a rank 7 martial honorable, but he was actually instantly killed by him. Chapter 336. Heaven and Earth Supreme leaderboard in an instant. He attacked and killed in one strike. The Golden Bone emissary had already died at Yi Fei's hands. At this moment, the dozen or so White Bone emissaries who had fallen into the trap and been buried in the cave rushed out of the cave in a somewhat sorry state. They blasted out a large hole in the mountain and rushed out with ashen faces. Then they saw a scene that shocked them. The Golden Bone envoy who had led the group, a powerful rank 7 martial honorable expert, had actually been killed by Yi Fei. At the same time, Yi Fei was holding the Zhao clan's Phoenix Blood Sword that the Sky En cult had always wanted. The killing intent in their bodies turned into intense fear. At this moment, they finally understood how those White Bone envoys had been killed by Yi Fei. Yi Fei actually had the embryo of a sacred artifact like the Phoenix Blood Sword in his hands. As long as he had the Phoenix Blood Sword in his hands, Even an ordinary martial ancestor expert would have the strength to kill a martial honorable, not to mention that Yi Fei was only a half-step martial honorable. The dozen white-bone envoys turned around and fled. They no longer had the arrogance and confidence they had at the beginning. Layers of demonic qi turned into a blood screen that covered the sky in front of Yi Fei. The white-bone envoys were extremely sullen. Originally, they should have been the hunters and should have chased Yi Fei until he had nowhere to go. What was terrifying was that Yi Fei actually had a terrifying killing weapon like the Phoenix Bloodsword in his hands. These powerful martial honorable experts had instantly turned from hunters to prey and were forced to retreat in humiliation. Yi Fei, just you wait. You killed an expert of the Skyene cult and dared to possess the Phoenix Bloodsword. The Skyene cult will definitely not let you off. Some white-bone envoys were unwilling to accept this and left behind ruthless words as they fled. A flaming sword light was the first to find the person who had spoken. Before the sword slashed down, the blazing flames had already ignited the person's body, and he fell to the ground like charcoal. Pooh! Another white-bone envoy was slightly slower and was caught by Yi Fei. With a sweep of the sword, the white-bone envoy's head was already in Yi Fei's hand. His face was filled with extreme shock and fear. The other white-bone envoys who had escaped had not expected Yi Fei, who had the Phoenix Bloodsword, to be so terrifying. Not only did he ignore the demonic qi fog that they had released, but he also instantly killed 2 of their companions. The Phoenix Bloodsword's power is actually so terrifying. Not good. Let's escape. These white-bone envoys, and white-bone envoys, they immediately scattered Yi Fei's white-bone envoy. In their panic, they had completely forgotten that in order to completely trap Yi Fei and prevent him from escaping, they had even worked together to create an extremely firm secret zone. Aside from the direction where the Golden Bone envoys were standing, there was only one opening in the secret space. Even if 10 first or second level martial saints worked together, they wouldn't be able to break through it. Originally, the Dark Sky religion had prepared this kind of prison for Yi Fei, but now it had become a cage for the Dark Sky religion's experts. No matter how fast these people fled in the mystic realm or how scattered they were just caged birds. Yi Fei only had to do one thing, and that was to leisurely guard the only gap in the mystic realm and wait for the bone envoys to rush up and die one by one. Such an awkward situation made the white bone envoys of the Dark Sky religion so angry that their faces became distorted. They could only run around the secret space like headless flies. It was a comical and laughable scene. Seeing this scene, the eldest miss of Shanghua held her forehead and helplessly shook her head. Are these envoys of the Dark Sky religion crazy? They clearly know that Yi Fei has the Phoenix Bloodsword, but they actually set up this kind of suicidal secret space. Cough, cough. Eldest miss, when the Dark Sky religion set up this inescapable trap, they didn't expect Yi Fei to have the Phoenix Bloodsword. Otherwise, this kind of trap would definitely be able to trap Yi Fei to death in the secret space. What a pity. It's a pity that Yi Fei actually had the embryo of a sacred artifact. Now, he has become one of the Dark Sky religion's envoys and is trapped to death. The experts of the Merchant Alliance looked at the white bone envoys struggling in the secret space with sympathetic gazes. They were actually trapped to death by their own secret space. These white bone envoys would probably die from anger once again. Seeing that they were cornered, the white bone envoys were filled with resentment, and they rushed towards Yi Fei. Roar, Yi Fei. Even if we die, we will drag you down with us. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining 5 white bone envoys charged towards Yi Fei with grievances and humiliation. At the same time, they used the Dark Sky religion's most vicious corpse explosion technique. The self-destruction of 5 martial honorables was terrifying. Even the impenetrable space of the secret realm was torn apart by the explosions. Devouring sword intent. Yi Fei didn't panic in the face of danger. With a thought, he waved the Phoenix Bloodsword and released the devouring sword intent. A huge black hole appeared above Yi Fei's head and instantly devoured the shattered blood demon light that approached him. Boom! Boom! The space of the secret space finally couldn't withstand the power of the self-destruction of the white bone envoys, and it exploded into pieces. Even the spatial bags were blown into ashes. Yi Fei's body also cracked under the power of the explosion. His face was covered in dust, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the 50% sword intent and the devouring sword intent formed by the Phoenix Blood Sword allowed Yi Fei to successfully withstand the wave of self-destruction. With a flash, Yi Fei left the shattered space and charged into the distant sky. How can this be? Yi Fei only suffered light injuries when he faced the self-destruction of 5 martial saints at the same time. It should be related to the sword intent that he comprehended. A sword intent that can form a black hole. Yi Fei's comprehension is too terrifying. If he can survive the pursuit of the Dark Sky religion, he will definitely have a place on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. The experts of the Merchant Alliance were shocked. They had already connected Yi Fei to the true demonic geniuses on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Shangluo's expression turned grave. Those who can be on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list are the true geniuses of the generation. In the entire 18 countries of the North Sea, only Nan Ruofeng and a few others can barely squeeze into the Earth ranking list. However, with the Phoenix Blood Sword, Yi Fei might be able to rush to the bottom of the Heaven ranking list. Big Miss, what should we do now? Yi Fei seems to have escaped with injuries. Should we chase after him? An expert of the Merchant Alliance asked. Chase, we must chase after him. Shang Luo looked at her bulging body, and her face flushed red. She gritted her teeth and gritted her teeth. Putting aside the shameless things that Yi Fei had done to her, Yi Fei had the Phoenix Blood Sword in his hand. She couldn't let Yi Fei escape so easily. Quickly inform third uncle and ask him to rush over. I didn't expect the rumor that Zhao has the embryo of a sacred artifact to be true. Since we have discovered it, we must not miss it, Shang Luo instructed. The third uncle that she mentioned was a martial king expert who was in seclusion into Shang City. He was also the strongest expert by Shang Luo's side. However, he was a little crazy and would cause trouble whenever he came out. Usually, no one would dare to trouble this third uncle unless it was a big matter. Chapter 337. Back thrust the eyes of the experts and the surroundings lit up. They knew that Shangluo was interested in the Phoenix Blood Sword in Yi Fei's hands. They immediately took out a message transmission talisman and were about to release it. Boom! A bright sword radiance came from afar and smashed onto the message transmission talisman. The message transmission talisman turned into dust and fell from the sky. Who dares to attack the Merchant Alliance? The experts of the Merchant Alliance reacted quickly. 2 of them quickly used their bodies to block Shangluo. The others released their martial honorable realm auras and charged towards the cloud that had attacked them. 3 rank 3 martial honorable realm experts are only used as guards? The Merchant Alliance's strength is indeed shocking. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have schemed against me. You shouldn't have coveted my Phoenix Blood Sword. Boom! 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 Yi Fei charged out fearlessly. He threw out a punch with his left hand and a sword with his right hand. He started a fight with the 3 experts of the Merchant Alliance. He once again felt how good it was to have the spiritual consciousness of a holy master in his body. No wonder when Elder Sword Maniac gave me this spiritual consciousness. Wang Bai mocked him for throwing away a watermelon for picking up a sesame seed. With this spiritual consciousness, Yi Fei wasn't afraid of any spiritual consciousness attacks. For example, Shangluo's illusion technique didn't have much of an effect on Yi Fei. At the same time, the strong senses allowed Yi Fei to sense danger like a wild beast. When Yi Fei was fighting with the Golden Bone Messenger of the Dark Sky sect, he felt that he was being spied on. Therefore, he pretended to be injured and retreated. Then, he secretly came back to attack. Then he saw the experts of the Merchant Alliance in the sky. Shangluo also saw Yi Fei. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. Yi Fei, it's you. You actually saw through my illusion technique again. That's right, it's me. Little girl, I warned you not to provoke me. Since the Merchant Alliance betrayed me and tried to steal my Phoenix Bloodsword, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sky-burying technique. Yi Fei didn't have any intention of fighting with the experts of the Merchant Alliance. He used his strongest sword technique and used the power of the Phoenix Bloodsword to seal the 3 experts of the Merchant Alliance. Then, Yi Fei kicked them one after another. Their ribs were caved in and they fell from the sky as blood. Yi Fei, you're crazy. It's not enough that you've offended the Heavenly Yin cult. If you offend the Merchant Alliance, you won't have a place in the entire northern region. Miss Mississippi. Seeing that Yi Fei had taken care of 3 people so quickly, the remaining 2 experts did not dare to be careless. They hurriedly rushed forward, attempting to stall Yi Fei and buy time for Shang Luo to escape. Scram! Of course, Yi Fei would not let Shang Luo escape. After all, there was still a martial king expert in Great Shang City. Yi Fei decided to end the battle quickly. He ignored the attacks of the 2 and directly rushed towards Shang Luo. You're courting death. The 2 experts of the Merchant Alliance were enraged. They were rank 3 martial honorable heavens, but Yi Fei ignored them. They furiously charged at Yi Fei. Boom! The Phoenix Blood sword suddenly turned around. Yi Fei didn't even turn his head. The Phoenix Blood sword accurately pierced the 2 experts of the Merchant Alliance. Blood splattered. The 2 experts of the Merchant Alliance were also slashed down from the sky by Yi Fei. Rank 3 martial honorable heavens were not Yi Fei's match in front of the powerful Phoenix Blood sword. You actually killed my bodyguard. Yi Fei, you bastard. I'm gonna fight it out with you. 10,000 phenomena. 100 ghosts parade. Woo 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 woo. The entire sky suddenly became eerie and sinister. Just by taking a step forward, the surrounding space became even more frightening than hell. Countless ghosts roared. They bared their fangs and stretched out their claws as they pounced at Yi Fei. Shangluo, who had released this attack, was not in a hurry to escape. Instead, she charged into the sky and prepared to save her 3 injured subordinates. Big Miss, be careful. At this moment, the 3 heavily injured experts of the Merchant Alliance looked behind Shangluo in fear. Unknowingly, Yi Fei had already ignored the 10,000 phenomena created by Shangluo. He endured the attacks of countless ghosts and vengeful spirits and directly arrived behind Shangluo. The Phoenix Blood sword mercilessly stretched out and aimed at Shangluo's buttocks and fiercely slapped down. Shangluo felt a sharp pain in her buttocks, as if they were about to be smashed into pieces. She was no longer able to maintain her image as a beautiful young lady. With a bang, Shangluo was ungracefully slapped down to the ground from the sky by Yi Fei's sword. Her image changed from a beautiful young lady to a teary little lowly. She looked at Yi Fei furiously and said, Yi Fei, how dare you hit me there? Where did I hit you? Tell me if you have the ability. Yi Fei stood in front of Shangluo and asked condescendingly. If not for the fact that Shangluo was a little girl, Yi Fei would not have killed her. Just based on the fact that the Merchant Alliance dared to betray him and even had designs on the Phoenix Blood sword, Yi Fei's attack just now would not have been aimed at Shangluo's buttocks. He could have killed her directly. Unfortunately, Yi Fei was too young, and the Merchant Alliance was more powerful than the Holy Master and the Heavenly Yin cult. If he offended the Heavenly Yin cult and the Merchant Alliance at the same time, he would not be able to withstand the pursuit of these 2 superpowers no matter how strong he was. Therefore, Yi Fei decided to teach these people a lesson and vent his anger. Sensing that Yi Fei did not have the intention to kill her, and seeing that her 2 injured subordinates were only injured by the Phoenix Blood sword and were not dead yet, Shangluo blushed and stammered for a long time. In the end, she was too embarrassed to tell them that Yi Fei had hit her there. However, Shangluo's eyes were still spitting fire. She glared at Yi Fei and asked, How can you see through my illusion and not be affected by myriad phenomena? This was something that Shang Luo urgently wanted to figure out. After all, since she'd arrived at the Northern Territory, she'd relied on her superb illusory arts and Shang Luo, this little lowly, to play countless young geniuses in circles, causing countless people to have unrequited love because of Fairy Luo. Only Yi Fei was not affected by her illusion skills. Not only did she fail to fool Yi Fei, but she was also hit there by Yi Fei. Even if her subordinates did not see it, Shanghua still roared madly. You won't even let a little girl go. Yi Fei, you are actually such a beast. Shanglua's eyes were brimming with tears. If looks could kill, she would definitely turn Yi Fei into ashes. To be honest, Yi Fei could not help but blush when he was criticized by a little girl. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough. Yi Fei continued to keep a straight face and said coldly, You still dare to be stubborn. Not only did your merchant union betray me, you even dared to have designs on my Phoenix blood sword. You still think you are in the right? It seems like I haven't taught you a lesson yet. With that, Yi Fei strode towards Shanghua and was about to continue his attack. Shanghua jumped up in fright. She covered her buttocks and shouted angrily, Yi Fei, if you dare to hit me, our merchant union will definitely not let you off. My third uncle will definitely not let you off either. I see. You reminded me. Since I have already hit you, I reckon the merchant union and your third uncle will not let me off either. Since I have already hit you, it doesn't matter if I hit you once or twice. Since I'm still fine, let's have a good fight once and for all. Yi Fei sneered as he continued to press forward, scaring Shang Luo so much that his face turned deathly pale. Just that sword strike from before had already caused Shang Luo to feel that his body had suffered a heavy injury. He hadn't expected that Yi Fei's one strike wasn't enough and wanted to strike him many more times. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.